Dear guests, may I kindly ask you to take your seats as we are about to begin our program. Please take your seats, dear guests. We're about to start in just a minute. Thank you.
There are no lines between land and sea. Together at different times, with different strengths, without prejudices, just trust. The waves of the Baltic Sea roll up on the shores of a number of different countries. And in 1992, we decided to make sure that the water would keep us together. No matter which currency our different members embrace, trust is our currency. When we collaborate, trust becomes free. Our mission is to connect organizations, networks, and people within the Baltic Sea region. To build a regional identity that not only provides cooperation, it encourages it. We want to remember our history and make history by learning from it. We want old and young, women and men to feel safe, secure, and at home in every corner of our region. We want a healthy forest, a happy sea, safe towns and communities, a clear sky and fresh lakes. We want a sustainable and prosperous society that inspires other regions around the world. CBSS, building collaboration and trust.
Good morning and welcome to the Baltic Offshore Wind Forum. On behalf of the organizers, the German Federal Foreign Office, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Denmark, and the German Energy Agency. My name is Geraldine de Bastian, and I'm honored to guide you through today's event, which is taking place in the context of the German presidency of the Council of Baltic Sea States. It's lovely to see you all here, and I also warmly welcome all participants joining us via live stream. Today is an important step toward maximizing the potential of renewables and thereby strengthening our energy autonomy. Offshore wind power can make an important contribution, and we all need to work together to harness this potential. In light of the energy and security challenges the Baltic Sea region is facing because of the Russian war against Ukraine, the Baltic Sea states are keen to accelerate the expansion of renewable energy sources, its connecting infrastructure, and to step up their collaboration. That is why representatives from the Baltic Sea region, the entire region, have joined us here today at the Baltic Offshore Wind Forum, Energy Security in the Context of Europe's Changing Geopolitical Landscape. The aim of today's event is to provide a platform for all stakeholders, for the public and the private sector, as well as civil society. We have different conversations in our program that will allow you to deep dive into the currently most pressing topics. For instance, how to deepen international cross-border collaboration, how to overcome security challenges, and how to fast-track offshore wind development as part of a strategy for resilience and for just transition. To open, I would like to invite the official host to take the floor, to set the scenes, and of course to adopt the Council of Baltic Sea States Foreign Ministers' Declaration on Offshore Wind. Firstly, I would like to hand over to the Federal Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Federal Republic of Germany, Annalena Baerbock, who will share her foreign policy perspective on renewable energy development in the Baltic Sea region.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Foreign Minister Rasmussen, dear Lars, Foreign Minister Haavisto, dear Pekka, Deputy Minister Gerwell, colleagues and friends. We must go to Dubai with a record, not a promise. That's what Mia Mottley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, said last week in this room at the Petersburg Climate Dialogue. Results, not promises. Because we are facing the greatest security challenge of our century. And we can only solve this crisis if each and every one of us around the world does his or her part. Rising sea levels are threatening the existence of entire villages in Barbados. Floods, storms, and heat waves are also hitting us here in Europe with ever-increasing severity. That is why we are all here today, to put forward concrete and pragmatic solutions and not promises that reduce emissions actually and make our economies climate neutral as soon as possible. The energy sector, as you all know, is key in this. It is responsible for roughly 2/3 of global greenhouse gas emissions. The International Energy Agency estimates that we need to triple global renewable energy capacity to meet the 1.5-degree limit. This is why we as the G7 have set ourselves concrete aims for building up renewable energy infrastructure. 150 gigawatts offshore wind and 1,000 gigawatts solar. And this is why we are working towards reaching global agreement on a specific expansion target for renewables at COP28 in Dubai. We have the great opportunity to make a big leap forward on this right here in our region, in our common neighborhood, the Baltic Sea region, where winds of 10 meters per second constantly sweep across the sea. And this sea, as many of you know, is a treasure we all share, but also a treasure we can make better use of, a treasure for green energy. The European Commission estimates the capacity for wind power in the Baltic Sea to be more than 93 gigawatts. 93 gigawatts. That is the equivalent to the output of around 90 average-sized nuclear power plants. We are here to join forces around these 93 gigawatts, to tap into this huge potential, not to make promises, but to deliver. And there we have to be crystal frank and clear. This is not easy at all. So now we really have to dive into this issue to become concrete. And there are 3 points that are important to me. First, every wind turbine we build is an investment in our security, because transitioning to green energy makes us less dependent on oil, coal, gas imports from countries we cannot always rely on. And it helps to keep our energy supply cheaper and safer. When I traveled to the Baltic states a little over a year ago, Russia has just started its war of aggression against Ukraine. As a German minister, I was asked critical questions in the Baltic states. Why did you make yourself so dependent on Russian gas? Why did you build a pipeline in the middle of the Baltic Sea that undermines our security? And the truth is, they were right, and we were wrong. Germany was too dependent on Russian energy for too long. For every cubic meter of cheap gas, we paid with our security, twice, 3 times over. And this is why we are also here today, and this is why we have worked together with so much power in the last year. Instead of Nord Stream, we are building Baltic power together, also for our security. And with a view to the domestic debates, I'm sorry for our neighbors and friends, but I would like to say that we are having here in Germany some debates how much speed we need. And therefore I would like to underline that 1 year ago, when we had to face the shambles of the misguided energy policy of the last decades, many of us were worried whether we would still be able to heat our homes in the winter. And Robert Habeck, our economy minister, undertook an enormous effort to steer us through this time. His ministry, the government together, we did so determinedly and with great success. We accelerated the expansion of wind and solar power and have now reduced our direct imports of fossil fuels from Russia to 0. We will need this determination also in the future, also for the offshore in the Baltic Sea, if we want to make our country climate neutral. That is why when we took over the presidency of the Council of the Baltic Sea States last July, we said together, let us make wind energy a priority of our presidency. Lars, Pekka, I'm glad that you are with us today because this is a joint effort. This is something new, to transform a Baltic Sea Council, a political institution, in a really practical management institution. Together with Poland, Sweden and the Baltic states, the 3 of our countries, we agreed last year to increase offshore wind energy in the Baltic Sea 7-fold by 2030. That is an ambitious goal, but it's worth every effort. My second point is this. Wind power is a huge opportunity for all of us. The International Renewable Energy Agency predicts that global wind energy capacities will increase from 740 gigawatts to 6,000 gigawatts by 2050. That is an annual growth rate of more than 7%. Already today, investment in renewable creates 3 times more jobs than fossil fuels. However, when I met with the 15 representatives from the industry today, we all agreed if European companies want to compete in this market of the future, we need to lay the right foundations now, not only for developing the necessary technologies, by securing supply chains and by training skilled workers, but we also have to make the investment right. And we have heard today that it's great if in auction or tenders we have negative prices. But if we want the investments here in Europe, here in our Baltic Sea region, we have to make clear that this also pays off. We cannot stand idle by with projects, but we have to build them. We have to also make a business case out of them. And we heard about the IRA in the US. We heard that last night Canada announced big hydrogen plans. Australia and Japan will follow. So we have to make clear that also in our region investment is worthwhile. And we have to pick up the pace. This brings me to my third point. We will only be able to implement these projects if we tackle them together. Understand that these investments, also for the tenders, do have a security issue which has to be priced in. Everyone in this room knows how complex it is to build an offshore wind farm. From shipping 12-ton rotor blades several miles offshore, you need the vessels, but you need also, I learned this also this morning, the ports who are big enough for these vessels. To installing wind turbines the size of high-rise buildings in the open seas. To putting deep-sea cables in the ground of the ocean. These complex projects require the right framework conditions. Currently, national approval procedures are too complicated. Too often they slow down ambitious projects, simplifying these procedures with cross-border agreements, because this is what we are talking about when we talk about offshore wind parks in the Baltic Seas. Not about a national project, but about cross-border projects, which could help us to speed up the things. It is also clear that we cannot plan these projects between governments at a conference table. That is also why we are here today and brought all of you together in the Foreign Ministry. Business representatives, governments, experts from the scientific community and civil society. You all know what needs to be done to make these projects happen. We want to hear from your expertise and your ideas. We want to learn from each other to build with each other. A good example of how this cooperation already works is the island of Bornholm. On this energy island, Germany and Denmark are joining forces, both at governmental level by adopting the necessary legislation and the corporate level. Together we intend to build offshore wind parks with a capacity of up to 3 gigawatts. The electricity will be delivered equally to Denmark and to Germany by submarine cables. Costs and benefits are also split evenly between our two countries. Danish and German companies are working side by side. Soon we could be supplying a total of 4.5 million Danish and German households with green electricity. Lars, thank you for this great and quick cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, the distance between Barbados and Bornholm is almost 8,000 kilometers. But let us keep in mind what Mia Mottley said last week. What is good for the north is good for the south, is good for the west, and is good for the east. In this spirit, our conference today is a step in the right direction. A step to bring clean energy into the homes of our citizens in the Baltic states. A step to make our countries in general safer. A step to secure the future of our planet. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister Baerbock. Next, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Denmark, will share Denmark's foreign policy perspective on renewable energy production in the Baltic Sea region. Minister Rasmussen, stage is yours.
Thank you, Foreign Minister Baerbock, dear Anna-Lena, for co-hosting this Baltic Offshore Wind Forum and for making the expansion of offshore wind a priority for your presidency, just as it is an important priority for European security, energy and climate policy. We are witnessing a transformed geopolitical landscape. Russia's brutal and unlawful war in Ukraine has led to a new security situation. It is now more clear than ever that energy policy is security policy. We need to replace Russian gas with European green energy, not least through cooperation with trusted partners. Celebrating Europe Day today is a good occasion to show our commitment to energy security in the Baltic Sea region. It is a good day to make offshore wind an important part of the European energy future. The political declaration that we adopt today underlines this shared commitment. We must strengthen the cooperation on the green energy transition as a means to invest in European security and to combat climate change. In our work on speeding up the green energy security, we must also ensure that protection of the critical infrastructure is sufficiently addressed. This forum follows the Baltic Sea Energy Security Summit that was held in Denmark last August. At that summit, we agreed to increase our offshore capacity sevenfold by 2030. Next step is to make it happen. To move from setting targets, to agree on concrete projects, and then implementation. Denmark established the world's first offshore wind farm back in 1991. And the Danish government continues this legacy. Just a few weeks ago, the government announced a number of initiatives related to green energy and climate. This included a number of tenders that enables the deployment of at least an additional 9 gigawatt of offshore wind before the end of 2030. Cross-border cooperation is essential. Many promising projects are taking form. Denmark and Germany recently signed an agreement on commissioning a cross-border hydrogen pipeline between Denmark and Germany from 2028. And Anna-Lena also mentioned the cooperation about the energy island Bornholm. Both are very important steps towards a green energy system. It's also a part of creating a green hydrogen energy system and decarbonization of heavy industry. To make the expansion of offshore wind happen, we need to tackle some key barriers. And I really appreciate this opportunity, but also the breakfast meeting, where we had a very frank dialogue about what is actually the key barriers and how can we deal with them. I'm pleased that we have representatives from the private sector, the European Commission, and relevant organizations, because we definitely need to work together to overcome the barriers and to achieve all the promising possibilities. We could harvest a lot of wind in the Baltic Sea. You will all provide us with input on how to tackle the challenges for expanding offshore wind in the Baltic Sea, and that will be most valuable input. We must solve the issues of bottlenecks in production capacity, access to materials, and supply chain constraints. We also need a regulatory framework with a proper balance between protecting nature and environment on the one hand, and providing more green energy on the other hand. The European Commission has already taken the first steps to fast-track permitting procedures with the Repower EU plan and the recent Net Zero in Industry Act. So this forum is a good opportunity to follow up on our ambitions to expand the offshore wind capacity and to become less dependent on Russian fossil fuels. We need to keep forward. We need to keep forward for the climate and for our security. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Rasmussen. So, as I assume you all know, Finland is going to be taking over the CBSS presidency on the 1st of July this year. And now, after our hosts today have spoken, I would like to kindly invite Pekka Olavi Haavisto, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Finland, to look into the future and share their perspective on offshore wind in the Baltic Sea region. Thank you.
Minister Baerbock, dear Anna-Lena, Minister Rasmussen, dear Lars, dear participants of the Baltic Offshore Wind Forum, and dear friends. Thank you for having given me the opportunity to speak here and learn more about the interesting work of the CBSS, especially in the offshore wind sector. Before going more concretely to topics of this forum, let me first say a couple of words about the current security situation in our region. Due to Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine, a fundamental change has taken place in the security environment in Europe. Finland's decision to join NATO was a result of the drastic change in our security environment. It was a response to Russia's efforts to dismantle the European security system. Finland's and soon Sweden's accession to NATO strengthens the security and stability of the Baltic Sea region and Northern Europe. Until February last year, there were several sectors where we engaged in cooperation with Russia. Important work was done, for example, on environmental protection or combating climate change. For us, Finland as well as the European Union, it was important to try to engage with Russia and commit it to international cooperation. However, in the current geopolitical situation, regional cooperation in the Baltic Sea area has become increasingly important. This applies to all the numerous cooperation formats within the Baltic Sea region. Russia is no longer a member of the CBSS, but the present CBSS member states feel closer to each other than ever before. We acknowledge the need to answer to common threats and to seize common opportunities. The energy crisis we have experienced is largely linked to natural gas. Europe has survived the first winter of Russia's energy war, but we will face challenges, especially concerning natural gas supply, also in the future. Finland has almost completely cut out energy imports from Russia. However, despite being successful on the security of supply, other main elements of energy policy have suffered. The reduced energy supply has led fuel and electricity prices to rise dramatically and forced power and heat suppliers to turn to less environmentally friendly fuels. Slowing down and halting climate change requires long-term and consistent policies and concrete actions around the world. Finland aims to reach carbon neutrality in 2035, and for that we need also clear increase of wind power. I'm happy to tell you that the amount of new onshore wind power plants hit a record high in Finland last year. Over 2,400 megawatts of market-based onshore wind capacity was commissioned in 2022. And this gives, of course, a good opportunity and perspective for hydrogen economy, even producing the green steel in the future. Offshore wind is also considered as a highly potential source of renewable electricity for industry in the future in Finland. Interest towards offshore wind power production has risen significantly among national and international project developers. First auction of offshore wind will be organized in Finland this year. We have also recognized needs for development of national legislation and administrative processes concerning offshore wind to speed up the industry. Possibilities for closer collaboration in this field should definitely be explored. Germany has done excellent work during its CBSS presidency, bringing forward topical central issues such as offshore wind. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate my colleague, Madam Baerbock, dear Anna-Lena, and her team for this work. Finland will assume the presidency of the CBSS after Germany on July 1st, 2023. We will publish our presidency program before the presidency starts. And then the final page. It's our plan to continue to strengthen both the political dimension and the practical cooperation of the CBSS. With these remarks, I wish you all a successful and fruitful forum day to day with a focus on offshore wind power opportunities in our common Baltic Sea region. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellencies, Anna-Lena Baerbock, Lars Løkke Rasmussen, and Pekka Olavi Haavisto. And dear guests, in case you have not already done so, of course you can find the declarations on your seats. We have printed them out for you and left one on each chair. So now, before we continue with our next agenda item, I just want to give you a little bit of an overview of what we have planned for you today. After the opening, we are going to start in just a minute with our first deep dive, our first panel session, which is going to look at energy security in the Baltic Sea region. And after that, we will hear a keynote of the Director General of the International Energy Agency, Francesco La Camera. Then we are going to break for lunch. During lunch, we have another signing event for you. I'm going to share more information about that with you later. And we have also then, after lunch, prepared 2 breakout sessions for you. One on manufacturing capacities, that's going to take place here, in the beautiful Weltsaal, and one on cross-border integration, integrated energy systems, that's going to take place in the Europasaal. I'll be also sharing a bit more information what will be happening at each of the breakout sessions with you just before we break for lunch. Our central program, we are going to resume here at 4 p.m. this afternoon, when we're going to meet for a reflection on both of the breakout sessions and, of course, our final panel on maritime spatial planning and collaboration, as well as our closing address. Of course, you're all experts here today, and we really hope for your active participation. There will be many moments where you can do this, especially during the panel sessions and the breakout sessions. If you want to make a contribution, please do not hesitate. Just raise your hand, and we will be happy to come to you with a microphone. A little bit more housekeeping for those of you planning to attend the BWO conference. I'm going to share more detailed information on exactly how you can get there, also just before we break for lunch. But I do want to let you know now already that we have prepared shuttle buses that will be leaving at around 12:40, so we'll be easily getting you there today at lunchtime. And if you want to stay with us, which of course we hope you will do during the course of the day, but want to join for the evening reception, we'll also have shuttle buses leaving then at the end of the program. Of course, we have a little reception plan for you here as well. And yes, in case you require any logistic information or have questions on what I just shared, there's a little booth outside where you can find the colleagues from the German Energy Agency, dena. They'd be very happy to help you with any questions that you might have. But now, on with the program. Our first panel session is going to focus on the topic of energy security and the role of offshore wind therein. And the discussion is going to be moderated by Markus Hicken, the Director for Energy Diplomacy, Climate and Security here at the German Federal Foreign Office. So without further ado, I'd like to hand over the stage to you, Markus.
Thank you, Geraldine, and a warm welcome to all of you also from my side. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, you have heard our ministers, you have seen the declaration on your seats. Today's topics have gained more importance due to the sad geopolitical developments, but also, as Annalena Baerbock noted, in the view of the growing urgency to address the climate crisis. The illegal Russian war of aggression against Ukraine and the use of energy, directly and indirectly, have given Europe even more reason to speed up the energy transition. And they have given us more reason to address the protection of critical infrastructure. So, now, in this first panel, we want to look at the big picture again. Let's address and deepen, therefore, some of the following questions. What does energy security mean for Europe? What role can the Baltic Sea region play? What role can offshore wind play? How can the Council of Baltic Sea States and their member states collectively help to advance the energy transition as well as the energy security? And what does the industry, all of you here, need in terms on the regulatory side? Last but not least, in the view of the sabotage of the Nord Stream pipelines, we have to look at how can we protect our critical infrastructure. So, fascinating topics, which I'm going to explore with an excellent panel. But before that, one note to the audience. We want to bring in you as well, so get ready with your questions. Later on, you will have a chance to ask the panel. So, it's therefore now my pleasure to introduce our high-level expert panelists. Let me start with the industry. From Denmark, our co-hosts, please welcome Rasmus Erber. Rasmus, please come up. take a seat there. Rasmus is CEO Europe at Ørsted, an energy a group and a world market leader in offshore wind energy with 8,000 employees. From Sweden, please welcome Helene Byström. She's the head of wind at Vattenfall since 2021 and also a member of the executive board. And obviously, Vattenfall is the Swedish energy company and the 5th largest electricity producer in Europe. And from Germany, please welcome Stefan Kapferer. He has a perfect background for our discussion today. He has been the CEO of 50 Hertz since 2019. 50 Hertz is a German transmission operator based in Berlin, operating the high voltage power grid in Eastern Germany, including Berlin and up to the Hamburg area. But previously, he also was the general manager of the Federation of German Energy and Water Industry. He was a deputy secretary general for the OECD, and he was a state secretary at the Ministry of Economics and Energy before. But again, no such panel without with the political side. From Poland, I heartily welcome the Deputy Foreign Minister Wojciech Jawel. Please. And finally, I would like to ask our keynote speaker to join us. Ditte Juel Jørgensen, Director General, DG Energy, European Commission. Ditte, please. She has been the Director General for Energy at the European Commission also since 2019, and previously the Head of Cabinet for the Danish Competition Commissioner Margrethe Vestager. Please, Ditte, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Markus. Thank you very much for the invitation, and good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here to open this panel on energy security in the Baltic Sea and the role of offshore wind in that context. Last time I participated in a Baltic energy event, it was in September, and it was the day that the Baltic pipeline was inaugurated in Szczecin in Poland. It happened to be just a day or two after the sabotage of the Nord Stream 1 pipeline in the Baltic, and so it became a day loaded with history and of great significance for Poland, for the energy security of Europe and of the Baltic Sea countries. Today we're here to talk about a different aspect of energy security and of Baltic energy, but I think a number of the lessons learned are the same. It is about working more closely together, cooperation across the Baltic Sea, across the regional sea basins, across Europe, and it is about diversifying our supplies and accelerating the objectives of REPower EU, our joint European plan to reduce dependence on Russian fossil fuel in particular. So I would like to say a few words about some of the different aspects of energy security in the Baltics and the role of offshore wind in particular in that context. The Baltic Sea and the nations around the Baltic Sea are already frontrunners in cross-border cooperation to achieve the energy policy objectives we have set ourselves. We've got a very strong framework under the Baltic Energy Market Interconnection Plan, the high-level group of that, which has helped the countries around the Baltic become more independent and more interconnected than any other region in Europe. And that's thanks, of course, to completion of significant infrastructure projects, the joint planning, and it is a necessary cooperation, a necessary investment to address some of the challenges of the Baltic region in particular. I would like to mention the synchronization of the 3 Baltic states to the European grid as one of the most important projects of common interest, one that has required cooperation across the Baltic, including with Poland in relation to the Harmony Link, and so a clear example of energy security and how we need to work together across the Baltic region and across Europe to achieve the objective of energy security. As Foreign Minister Baerbock also said, the energy transition, higher levels of renewables, more energy efficiency are a critical component in our energy security. We are only more secure when we have more homegrown wind and sun energy across Europe. And offshore renewables really bring a great opportunity for the Baltic Sea basin in particular. We can decarbonize the regional economy. We can create more local jobs and better local jobs if we install more renewables to help maintain energy prices at check. And we can do that while enforcing our energy security. Member states across the Baltic are already operating upon this opportunity. In January, the member states in the Baltic Sea endorsed a first offshore commitment for 46.8 gigawatt by 2050, a very high level of ambition, and then one that would allow us to overshoot our common offshore targets for the coming decades. For that, we need hybrid interconnections. We need to enable the connection to offshore renewables, and we need to strengthen those interconnections. Here, the Wind project that connect Estonia and Latvia is a good example of such a project of importance for our security and for our green energy supplies. So we need more of that. We need more projects like that. We need more cross-border projects. What we do at the European level is a targeted support via the BEMIP group, the Baltic Planning Group, at looking at practical aspects and challenges in relation to cross-border planning to facilitate the development of the necessary infrastructure investments. We also see that hybrid projects can be part of our common framework under the Trans-European networks, where the new rules, the updated framework, aligns with our Green Deal objectives, so that these hybrid projects can receive funding under the European Fund. If I look further to the security aspect, and in particular the relation between offshore wind and defence, then we see that the opportunities from establishing a meshed offshore grid in the Baltic Sea are enormous, but the challenge is also significant. A super grid across the Baltic will enable the deployment of offshore renewables. It can create more regional economic opportunities, and it can increase the energy security of the Baltic states. But this has to be done in coexistence and co-planning with defence activities in this important region, and that is what we have been working on with the European Defence Agency, launching just last October the Symbiosis project that promote the coexistence of offshore renewable projects and defence operations across this region and across Europe. The last point I wanted to underline is that of the protection of our critical infrastructure. So to some extent, I'm back where I started in what happened in September in the Baltic Sea in relation to what was at the time considered critical infrastructure. A lot has happened since then also at European level, including joint recommendations for member states and authorities for securing critical infrastructure, and energy infrastructure being an important part of that, looking both at preparedness, response, and international cooperation. So again, back to the starting point, with cooperation being an essential pillar of securing our energy across the European Union and around the Baltic Sea in particular. We're carrying out stress tests with national authorities. We've established a close partnership with NATO, where energy is one of the pillars that we're looking at together with other critical sectors for the European economy. So we cannot change our history, we cannot change our geography. We need to focus on what we can change. And what we can change is the energy we generate and the energy we consume. The energy that we generate by wind and sun will provide more resilience, and it will strengthen our security and competitiveness. We can reach that with strong cooperation at European level and at regional level. And the Baltic Sea and the working groups in the Baltic Sea will be instrumental in delivering these ambitious interconnection projects that are necessary. The Council of the Baltic Sea States can play a key role in this context, ensuring political support for the offshore renewables and retaining a high level of ambition. The benefits on energy security and the transition are simply too significant to miss out. So with that, thank you very much for giving me the time, and I look forward to the discussion with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ditte. Thank you for this tour d'horizon from Brussels. On the view of what you have just said, I would like to bring in the other panelists, and I would like all of you to ask you the following question. What does energy security mean for you? And how has this view changed in the past 15 months? Rasmus, would you like to start?
Absolutely. I have the seat where you typically start. It's a good question, and I think you can answer it twofold from an Ørsted perspective. First of all, if we look a little bit further ahead, our view from an energy security perspective in terms of how we go about things has actually not changed. Because we have for some time now been pushing super hard together with our colleagues in the industry to basically speed up the deployment of renewable energy across Europe, in particular offshore wind. And as has been said many, many times, that very much goes hand in hand with energy security. The second part where things have changed a little bit for us, and without going into too much detail, Dida also partly referred to it, that is that we are of course spending a little bit more time now on coexistence with military, and we are spending a little bit more time on also sort of looking at our critical undersea infrastructure and how we think about that. And so that's sort of a new area for us where we, in general, but also in particular, in the Baltic Sea region, believe that we sort of bring something to the table in that very important conversation.
Thank you, Rasmus. Helene, would you like to?
Yes, thank you. 6 years ago, Vattenfall embarked on a journey to enable fossil-free living within one generation. With that, we committed to the 1.5-degree trajectory, and we put a net zero target for the full value chain by 2040. This, of course, means that we are truly committed also to deploy as much offshore wind as possible in our core countries, including Baltic Sea. But what has changed, obviously, is that this business strategy was based on a core belief that mitigating climate change is the right way forward. But now there is another perspective on it, obviously. It's obvious that Russia is using energy as a weapon, and the only way to mitigate that is to deploy more offshore wind. And that's why we now see that there are a twofold purpose here, to really reach our climate goals and at the same time build a more resilient energy power system in Europe.
Thank you. Stefan, what's your take?
Yeah, at the first sight it looks that for TSO not much has changed last year, because managing and operating an electricity grid is in a safe and a reliable manner is a part of our DNA as a TSO. But of course, there is a fundamental change we have seen last year. It is a different situation if there is a wrong forecast about the availability of one fossil power plant on the next day, or the strength of the wind on the next day, and the generation capacity of the renewables, and a situation where the scarcity of fossil fuels will have a long-term impact to the availability of our generation capacities. So my answer would be there are no more delays allowed in expanding the renewables, in expanding the grid infrastructure. And that's the reason why I think this meeting here is worthwhile, because we need this kind of cooperation. Because the second topic I have noticed last year, and I'm a little bit concerned about, was that in some European member states there was a clear European perspective of this challenge. In other member states, it was more a national perspective. And it's obvious, if we want to tackle this challenge in a very cost-efficient way, if we want to tackle the affordability of the system as well, then we need a European perspective for this transformation.
Thank you, Stefan. Turning to our friend from Poland, Deputy Minister, what does energy security mean for you, and what does it mean for the Baltic Sea region?
Yes, good morning. I know the time is limited, but I cannot resist to say that how much I enjoy always visiting Berlin. Actually, my wife is from Denmark, and I whenever I take a car, I cross through Berlin quite often, and it's a joy every time. And so thank you for this another opportunity to be here.
We ask you again to come.
Now to the question. You said what is energy security? The definition is quite straightforward. It's a situation where we can ensure adequate supply of energy and fuel at an acceptable price and in compliance with the environmental standards and climate protection standards. And what has changed, of course, there has been a shake, profoundly different situation with what has happened with the Russian invasion of Ukraine. But for us, it hasn't changed so much, because as you know, we have been kind of having this realistic assessment of Russia and the dangers. So we've been preparing for the worst. So we have been focusing on diversification for a while, and including the renewable energy. When you look at our national plan, you see, now we produce 60 gigawatts of energy. The installed capacity by 2040 it will be like 138 or something, I forgot. And the 68% of it will come from renewable energy. But at the same time, and here the offshore and is very important. But at the same time, for diversification for us means also nuclear energy. So we also invest in this regard. I wanted to just also express the appreciation, because I was listening carefully to Minister Baerbock and the other ministers, and I profoundly appreciate the spirit of cooperation and this kind of common realization about the need to look at energy security. I think it's a great situation to look forward, for our common cooperation in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Dieter, you would also like to?
Thank you. I'll be very brief, since I've set out some of the main security considerations and how we are approaching them. I think maybe to add the layer of economic security as a specific security consideration. This has been discussed by heads of state and government in the European Council. We're looking at further developing a European concept of economic security to make sure that that longer term perspective is fully integrated into our supply chains, into how we supply, into how we source, into our international cooperation with partners. And I think the point you've made that it is a European concept and it requires European action is critical in this context. So we'll continue work on that.
Yes, thank you. I would like to follow a little bit up with Rasmus and Stefan. We heard, okay, we were on the right, or we were on the way already, but nevertheless, now it's not only the climate side, we are checking a little bit more. You said, look, we're checking with military and so on. So maybe as a follow-up, what has changed for your company during the last year? Are you more hesitant? Do you see more incentives? Do you see increased demand? Do you see even better perspectives? I would like the two of you to comment on that.
I can start. This has been said many times, but I'm going to say it again today. Offshore wind is in a bit of a peculiar situation where the future has never looked more bright, but the present has never been more challenging across Europe. That's just the reality right now. And in Ørsted, we are bringing forward 10 gigawatts of offshore wind projects globally, and we spend a lot of long evenings making sure to bring those projects forward in the best possible way. In terms of our commitment to the Baltic Sea region and sort of whether something has changed there, I would say absolutely not. This is a core strategic market for us. It has been for a while. We will continue to be there. We are very active in Poland, we are active in Sweden, we are active in Estonia, we are active in Denmark as of now. So no, the fundamentals are there. But if I can raise one comment that was also discussed this morning when you talk specifically about the potential in the Baltic Sea region, and that would be the need for deep collaboration, real collaboration, beyond declarations of intent and LOIs and so on, which are also important. And I've been sitting in many of these panels over the years, and there is always someone in the panel who talks about collaboration. But this is a bit different because the fundamentals here in the Baltic Sea regions actually makes it very, very difficult to build out offshore wind if you apply the same mindset as you, for instance, have in the North Sea, where collaboration is also difficult. Important. And that is because the supply chain is not there. The demand is scattered across many countries. It's a very immature part of the offshore wind value chain. Those things brings you to a point where you just need to do it differently. You cannot just say that we will do it the same way as they did it in the Netherlands, because it's not going to work. So I think that's probably my main point when it comes to what I would really like to be part of for the Baltic Sea region.
And you see this deep collaboration more happening in the last couple of months? You alluded to the many different countries you are active in. Do you feel there is a change in the approach also to what the industry needs?
I think there is certainly a lot of momentum. There is certainly a lot of momentum. But if I can be a little bit provocative, I used to play a lot of tennis when I was young. I've never said this in a panel before. And when you play tennis, if you have a really, really strong serve, then you're off to a very good start. And across Europe, you see that very strong serve right now in terms of ambitions and intents and statements. It is needed. But if you follow up your very strong serve game with a sort of a weak slice down in the middle of the court, and if you don't keep going aggressively to the line, and now I of course talk about implementation of the ambitions, you're never going to win the game. So there is something about sort of keep pushing also when it becomes sort of tough from a regulatory perspective, but also from a, you can say, project development perspective.
Thanks. Stefan.
Yeah, Markus, you just asked Rasmus about the real willingness of cooperation and how can he feel it. When we met at the entrance of the ministry today in the morning, I was joking to Rasmus that we now meet every week at some conferences, and when do we deliver the projects? Because we met in Ostende 2 weeks ago, then we met in Copenhagen at the Offshore Wind Forum, and today here in Berlin for the Baltic Sea Conference. But that's really true that in the last 12 months, most of the European member states have understood that offshore wind is a great opportunity and a big advantage for all of us. I remember the first Esbjerg Forum in Denmark 1 year ago, and now 2 weeks ago in Ostende, several additional partners were there. Also the virtual neighbor country of the North Sea, Luxembourg, was present. So a very clear signal, okay, this has changed as a momentum. And we shouldn't underestimate the potential of the Baltic Sea, because the Baltic Sea was for several years the green powerhouse of Germany. And we have heard about the potential of the Baltic Sea with around 90 gigawatt of offshore potential. And what is, from my perspective, a clear signal that in the Baltic Sea it will work is this message of cooperation between member countries which are short on renewable, like Germany, and others which are long on renewables, like the Baltic states, Denmark, of course, Sweden, and others. One last comment, what has also changed is that we have a stronger cooperation between politics, grid operators, and manufacturing companies and investors. And this will be needed. I'm sure we will discuss it further on, but it's obvious to me that the supply chain topic, how can we guarantee that the needed assets for a few hundred gigawatt of offshore wind capacities in the North Sea and the Baltic Sea are really available? How can we guarantee that the manufacturing sites for cables are available? I think these are questions to be answered by these kind of cooperation between European Commission, national governments, investors, companies on the production side, and of course also the TSOs.
Thank you. Helene, Stefan spoke about the good opportunities. about not underestimating the Baltic Sea area, about the good cooperation. But we heard from Rasmus also, it's not only, it's important, but it's not only the good surf, it's also the follow-up game. So what do you see as the possibility, or how can offshore wind in the Baltic Sea region further energy security?
First of all, I really agree with my colleagues here. The serve is there, but we need much more swift, real build-out. And that, to be very frank, I used to be responsible for nuclear in Vattenfall, and offshore wind build-out is large, important projects, but it's no rocket science. It should be possible to make it much more swift, and yet we are here, taking 10 years from the first thinking to actually COD. So what is needed, the bottlenecks? Of course, I think the serve is definitely there when it comes to permitting. The last year's focus on, in terms of ambitions and intentions on permitting is there, but the permit still takes time. So now we need to translate those really good ambitions, they are important, into action, locally, nationally. That's super important. But I would also like to address that we need a swift allocation of sites to us developers, and in a fair way, so we don't have to squeeze supply chain the way we are doing today. And that should be done, many more projects, and as fast as possible, really. And I think we need more of an industrial mindset here, because it doesn't take long time to build offshore wind farms, if we just get to it.
Thank you. You heard there's quite a lot of agreement in the industry. We have at least advanced from the surf part, but now we need to go on. So what's the Commission contribution? What can you do?
Well, I think as panelists have recognized, there's a lot of good things having happened out there. And if I mention just 4 areas of regulation, because our role at European level is to create a framework that facilitates and accelerates the transition so that we can become more energy secure and that we have a greener energy system and more affordable energy for Europeans. I'm not going to be the one who makes the projects, and I'm not going to be the one who grants the permits at national level. There are others who do that. But where we can help at European level is to make sure we have the best possible framework, that we facilitate cooperation as is necessary, and that there is a clarity of the direction, clarity of the investment framework. And so 4 pieces of legislation, if you will, 4 initiatives that are critical in that context. The first one is the Renewable Energy Directive, which is the overall framework directive for renewables, where we have increased the targets for 2030, so setting a very, very clear signal of where is it we're going over the coming 7 years. We have simplified significantly the rules on permitting, and put in place quite stringent requirements on national governments as regards permitting. So here really it's a question of implementation. Again, what we could do at European level is to make sure that framework is clear, and then we can facilitate cooperation so that there can be exchanges of best practices, really looking at what works, who are the winners in permitting, what member state, what local authority has managed to actually deliver on the shorter permitting. But the rules are there, the framework is there. We have specific emergency rules that were adopted at the end of the last year, applying immediately, and then we've got the more structural change in relation to permitting as part of the Renewable Energy Directive. The second part of the regulatory framework that I would like to mention in this context is the electricity market design, which is essentially our common electricity market across the European Union. We have just a few months ago presented a proposal for an upgrade of that framework to make sure that the electricity market design is as helpful as possible, that it creates the right incentives for the investments into renewables, that there are predictable investment frameworks, that we make it easier for renewables to access the market, and that we allow consumers more easily to reap the benefits of fairly low-cost renewables and secure renewables compared to other energy sources. So some fairly technical work and a fairly technical proposal, but one that does facilitate the build-out and the acceleration of the deployment of renewables. That proposal is with the co-legislators now, and so I think what we need to do there is to bring it through to adoption as quickly as possible, and hopefully maintaining or even strengthening the aspects that facilitate and encourage and incentivize the deployment of renewables across the European Union. The third aspect I wanted to mention, and several have addressed the question of supply chains, is the significant risks we see in the dependencies we have in supply chains, or with the supply chain shortages we have, as well as the skills shortages we have across the European Union. So we presented also a few months ago a proposal for a Net Zero Industrial Act, essentially facilitating and accelerating investments into green technologies, the technologies that are necessary for the green transition. And offshore wind is a very good example of that, but also all the different parts that go with the offshore winds. We've got a cable shortage, cable delays. We've got delays in vessels, as Foreign Minister Baerbock also mentioned earlier. So they're really fairly complex and wide supply chain issues that need to be addressed. And one of the aspects of that is to try to bring more of that into Europe or closer to where we are, for more diversification, for more diverse supply chains, for more secure supply chains. Another aspect picked up in that specific proposal is that of the tendering requirements, where it's clear that tenders that are exclusively cost-focused are a problem. They don't deliver the best projects. They don't necessarily deliver projects that ever take place. And so we need to make sure that the tender specifications align with our security objectives, as the foreign ministers have also said, but also that they align with the requirements for sea basin management, for sustainable development, and for the interaction with other activities in the relevant sea basins. And the last piece, and sorry, I've spoken a bit too long, but there's a lot going on in this area, again, to facilitate and accelerate the deployment of offshore wind. The last piece is the Critical Raw Materials Act, a proposal for a legal act to address, again, the significant challenges and risks we face in the dependence on one supplier, processor over many others. We have seen how dependence on one or a few suppliers, how problematic that is for our security. So in terms of economic security, we do need to strengthen our access to critical raw materials. We need that to be more predictable, more secure, and we need to work with international partners to achieve that. So those are some of the aspects, some of the regulatory frameworks that we are putting together to help accelerate the developments. But I would agree with the other panelists that what we need is the implementation and the delivery to help make it happen, and that's where we work closely with member states and national governments as well as business. Thank you.
Thank you. You raised many issues which warrant further discussion. I'm sure we will have a whole round now about regulatory issues, and that's also where I would like to involve the audience afterwards. But before doing so, I would like to bring the Deputy Foreign Minister in once again. Deputy Minister, the Nord Stream explosion showed us how vulnerable also our physical infrastructure is. What's your take? How can we cooperate to ensure the physical protection of and defense of the infrastructure? Who can be the players? What role do you see for the regional players, for NATO? What's your take on that?
Yeah, yes, thank you. Thank you for noting the issue of vulnerability, because if you look what has happened now is the importance of the Baltic Sea region for our energy security is just tremendous. In Poland, we now rely 100% on the gas deliveries through the Baltic Sea, vast majority of oil, and we have been developing this infrastructure that is located there, So for instance, we import the gas through the Baltic pipe, we import the gas through the LNG terminal in Świnoujście, we are developing FSRU LNG terminal in Gdańsk. There's a naftoport for the oil deliveries through Gdańsk also. So it's not to mention the offshore field that is going to also be Baltic, based on the Baltic, and also our nuclear first power plant will be in the north by the Baltic Sea. So the vulnerability question is a key question. And there are many levels on which we can respond to it. I think on our national level we take steps, and I think that all of us are doing this and should do it. Just on the 4th of May we passed like a project for It's not a past legislation yet, but it's a project which will allow our Navy to, to act very decisively when there are threats to wind farm or underwater critical infrastructure and so on. But this is on the national level. I don't delve into the details. But then, bilaterally, there is a lot of room for cooperation. There's a whole huge area of involvement for NATO and EU cooperation. No, that's not all countries are members of NATO. Not all countries are members of EU. But there is a lot of room for very close cooperation. Then there's the whole area of cybersecurity, and I think that's what we have been focusing on very strongly in Poland. I think we have developed really quite extraordinary capacities, but I think that no country can do it alone. We need a cooperation in this field, and I will not delve into like some other, because this brings to me the whole question of disinformation and so on from Russia. That's we've been kind of working on it already, and I always appreciate in Poland we always appreciate the involvement of our partners and friends in these areas of safety. We need a political cooperation. We need a cooperation between operators also. I'm from the government, but direct operators from our countries. Now, let me just maybe finish with a personal anecdote. I remember when I was a child, growing up in a communist Poland, I grew up in the city of Gdynia by the Baltic Sea next to Gdańsk. And it was, it was not so long after the collapse of the martial law was imposed on Poland, on the solidarity movement. So the society was crushed. It was a very gloomy time, and this authoritarianism was really weighing on our shoulders. But me being from Gdynia, I would go for a walk by the seashore by the Baltic Sea, and I would look at the horizon and imagine the world beyond, of freedom, of just this tremendous richness of the world outside of this authoritarian bubble. And it was a sense of escape for me. But now when I was speaking, it kind of occurred to me that the Baltic Sea is a little bit of an escape for us in terms of our energy dependence and the security, and really we should really work on this. But without ensuring the energy security, the security of these infrastructures will still be vulnerable. And I think we should be serious about it, because it's not like we can get rid of those vulnerabilities in an easy way. It's very challenging task, and yes, I guess I have to invoke the word cooperation again. We have to do it together. Thank you.
We heard all about necessary cooperation. Do you see a role for the Commission in this issue of physical protection of infrastructure?
Yes, very much so, and it's an area that we are working on together with member states, and again together with NATO in that newly established partnership. Already in 2020, we made a proposal for an upgrade of our common framework for the protection of critical infrastructure, and that proposal has gone through the legislators, and it has now been followed up, as I mentioned earlier, with a set of recommendations for how do we best work together at European level or at regional level to secure the critical infrastructure. Again, some member states have been more aware of these issues, or have been preparing for these issues, or have been facing them, as here in the Baltic, as the Deputy Minister just referred to. And so there are lessons learned that can usefully be exchanged. There's a need for cooperation. No country can secure that on its own, so cooperation is critical. We are trying to, again, bring member states together, bring regions together, and bring international actors together to make that happen.
Thank you. Cooperation is critical. Rasmus mentioned also additional talks with military, so I would like to bring the industry in here as well. I mean, after the Nord Stream explosions, there were obviously a lot of questions. What should we do for the protection of infrastructure? And then people realize there is a lot of infrastructure to protect. I mean, if we just take the pipelines coming from Norway to the European Union, 7,000 kilometers, and we have the cables, we have the cyber, so you mentioned a lot. So we can't do it without the industry. What's your take? In that respect, what would you like? What changes do you see, and what do we need to do right now, also in terms of our topic here today, the wind parks in the Baltic?
Thanks. First of all, for me, it's not so much a question of what we would like. It's a question of how we can help, to be honest, on this matter. Then I think secondly, it's important when we of course discuss this, that we look a little bit outside of the spinning turbines, and also appreciate that when it comes to critical infrastructure undersea, we talk about internet cables, we talk about gas pipelines, and then we talk about electricity cables. And it's quite different depending on what hat you put on. But if you zoom in on offshore wind, I think what we think is important is to first of all be very clear about where are your vulnerabilities in your system. Have a different approach to information sharing. It's tricky. Be very clear about where are the handover points between the industry and military or what it may be. If you take an offshore wind farm right now, actually in Poland, we are building the first offshore wind farm together with our partner PGE that will go to a completely different level when it comes to this topic, because the Polish has been quite sort of forward-looking in the ways it's actually quite mature. So there we do stuff like 24/7 surveillance and sort of a lot of fancy stuff that we currently don't do elsewhere. And then the last point, also sort of looking at data, and also here the Commission has been forward-leaning here, and there is a directive already, and so on. But it's just quite tricky for us when you also start talking about offshore hybrid solutions, where you also go beyond the 12 nautical miles of national territory into the exclusive economic zone, 200 nautical miles out, and then international waters. How do you regulate that? Who's responsible for what? It's already tricky in the territorial waters. So we are not short of things to look into, but I think the mindset that we apply from an industry perspective on this topic is basically how can we help?
How tricky is it for Vattenfall?
We have, I would say, a similar experience, and obviously the recent events have also made us increase the dialogue with the national defense in our different countries. And we can see UK actually quite far ahead in this kind of thinking, how to coexist and how to actually use the wind farms for radar, sonar, sensors, etc., to support defense. But I also agree that we can only do so much from the industry, then we are here to support. So I think also, and we are on our way, engaging in dialogues with governments, with other bodies like NATO, just to make sure that we do what we can do. But I think Rasmus is really right in that we need to make clear who is responsible for what. But we can do much more together, and we need this real collaboration here.
Stefan.
Yeah, I would ask the audience to imagine what is more vulnerable, a situation where we are working with one gas pipeline from Russia, Nord Stream 1, or we have an energy system which is based on a very decentralized power generation. And obviously, and I think that's very clear to everybody, a very decentralized power generation based on millions of windmills, of solar capacities, is much less vulnerable if one of these power generation capacity is attacked. That doesn't mean that it is not a risky situation if you attack the grid infrastructure. Of course, it makes a difference if maybe 2 wind farms in the Baltic Sea are not available for the power generation, but the situation is much less worse. And the second topic, Rasmus just mentioned hybrid interconnectors. Imagine the situation of a meshed grid infrastructure onshore. If you attack the electricity grid infrastructure onshore on one point, normally nothing happens because it's n-1. so we can use the grid infrastructure and bring electricity to everybody, also if at one point it is attacked. And that's the reason why I believe in the Baltic Sea and the North Sea as well, a meshed grid infrastructure is a more reliable and more safe infrastructure for the energy system in the future as well.
So we learned it's a public-private partnership also in terms of the vulnerability and protection of physical infrastructure. And I think you very aptly described one of the reasons we are here for, and making so clear this is not just a climate issue, it's also a matter of the vulnerability of our systems, the energy security of our energy system. I would like now to return to the big issue of regulation, because I'm sure this is of interest to many of the industry participants. I mean, Ditte explained a lot already about what the Commission has done, and all of us are very aware of. I mean, it was a pretty busy summer, autumn, and winter. If there was not an emergency meeting, there was a regular meeting, and then there was an emergency meeting again. And you described a lot of the topics already: the permitting, the renewable directive, and so on. But you know, I would like to hear from the industry. Helene and Stefan, did Brussels, did Berlin, did the politicians take the right decisions, the right regulatory decisions, for example, on grid development? Would you start?
Yeah, in Germany, I would say we have seen the first government since decades, which was not only talking about ambitions to tackle climate change, but also to come into action. And I expect as a TSO that we will see a tsunami of permissions in the next 3-4 years. And this is then a topic of supply chain and other things we discussed earlier today. But really, I've seen a lot of progress at the national level. And I would also agree that at the European Commission, we have seen many positive decisions. If it's allowed, two things are left from my perspective. One thing is a detail about the offshore situation, hybrid interconnectors, the 70% rule, Ditte knows very well. And the other topic is the discussion about the market design we have at the moment at the European level as well at the national level in Germany. Of course, the electricity market design situation has a lot of impact. So we need very soon decisions about these market designs, because it is triggering investment, it is triggering the situation of the grid, it is triggering the situation for investors in Europe. The supply chain is also linked to the market design discussion. So there, I think we need, as soon as possible, a final decision by the European level.
Helene.
Yes, and I absolutely agree. The electricity market design is crucial. And I think a lot of measures are taken and a lot of things are done. But as we said earlier, we now need to make sure to incentivize. And the market design can actually incentivize also future investments in grid, hybrid connections, etc., that we just heard how important it is for resilience. But I would like to bring up one thing on the national level, and that's the auction design. And I would actually question the auction as such. We are so much discussing how the auction design should look. But looking at, for instance, the project in Netherlands last year, Hollandse Kust West, how many companies were working on the same site for months? Is that efficient? I'm very much, and my company, very much in favor of the market-driven development, but this is so extremely inefficient when we need swift allocation of sites. So is there a better way to do this than that 20 companies are working on the same site, and it's so obvious that it's only one or two actually building it?
Would you like to comment on the issues raised?
Yes, absolutely glad to do that. As Helene has said, it is critical that we have a system that is swift, but it's also critical that we have a market-based system to make sure that we go for the best possible solutions. And so the auctions serve that purpose. I think it is absolutely true that we need to continue to look at, can we improve the auction design? Can we improve the tender design to make it swifter, but also to make sure that it really attracts serious bidders? And that it addresses the economic security and other aspects that are necessary as part of that. But I wouldn't go away from an auction model. At least if somebody comes up with another market-based model that would achieve the objectives and do so more swiftly, then let's look at that. But I do think that market-based model is absolutely critical for achieving the objectives that we need to achieve. So the question is the design. The question is the fairness. The question is, as you've said, the administrative delays that we see in there. How do we make sure that each of the national or regional authorities that are dealing with specific auctions have the capacity to deal with that, and that they learn from whatever lessons others have built up over the years in designing their projects? So I think, again, collaboration is a critical factor. In that, and sharing capacity or capacity building, if you will, across the European Union. And here I think we can help at European level. You mentioned, Stefan, the 70% rule, and so the requirement that there is cross-border capacity. It's a treaty-based requirement in itself, and the need for cross-border capacity is not it's a target that has a very good reason in our energy security and in our internal energy market, that has helped bring lower cost energy, that has helped incentivize investments, and that has given us energy security. I think if we look back at this last year, and as the minister said, there were actual concerns going into that first year of the energy crisis and the first year of the Russian war, that we would not be able to heat our homes or that we would face blackouts in the European Union. Now, neither of those happened, and the fact that we did not have blackouts is largely due to the fact that we have a well-integrated and well-interconnected energy market. We saw electricity shortages in parts of Europe. We saw droughts in southern Europe and in northern Europe, creating electricity shortages, both in Portugal and in Norway, and I think Sweden as well. So quite some challenges caused by climate change, but with a very real impact on the security of our energy generation. And that could immediately be balanced out by electricity generation from other European member states, thanks to the interconnectors. And so the requirement for interconnectors and for that cross-border capacity is a critical one. Then a separate question, a separate sub-issue, if you will, is the one I think you're alluding to, which is, well, what does that then mean for offshore projects? What does it mean for offshore hybrid projects? How do we best design those so that they become commercially attractive? Because we're going to need them and we're going to need the investments, and to make sure that there is clarity, but also that they support the energy security and the interconnectedness across Europe. Our proposal there has been to establish specific offshore bidding zones, because these zones, these hybrid projects that involve several member states in European sea basins, have specific considerations, and that needs to be recognized in the regulatory environment, including through the transmission access guarantee, which is a necessary part for these investments to take place. So we think the 70% rule is also important in this context, but it has to be adapted to the specificities of offshore wind.
Rasmus, what other measures by the EU or by the member states would be necessary to speed up the offshore installation numbers in your view? Now, go.
I would actually like to take a little bit of a different angle. And we often talk about the many things we would like to see. And we often talk about sort of how does this compare to the IRA and so on. And yes, the whole package around the Green Deal Industrial Plan is more of an evolution, where you can say the IRA is a bit of a revolution, but I think that's fine. I think that makes sense because we come from a fundamentally different starting point. Mm-hmm. So I would actually like to pinpoint a few specific things that we are extremely happy to see in sort of the totality of the package right now. It has been mentioned a few times with these qualitative criteria, but we should remember that in the Net Zero Industry Act, there is a point on that qualitative criteria should be between 15 and 30% going forward when you tender out offshore wind. That's great. Mm-hmm. We see that there is a sort of a path forward both for corporate PPAs but also for CFDs. That's super. We see the sort of a bit of a, we can talk more about that, the whole concept around the transmission access guarantees for hybrid solutions. where we firmly believe that the Commission is going exactly in the right direction with basically teeing up a framework centered around offshore bidding zones and then with the transmission action guarantees towards the TSO that allows the fundamentals to look as attractive for the developer for a hybrid as it would be for a radially connected wind farm. You can ask me more about that if you want to know. And then the last one, we have talked about permitting now for a couple of years. And I heard someone say the other day that the grid is the new permitting. That could be because we are actually moving in the right direction on permitting. I also saw that, and I do believe these numbers are right, that Germany, they permitted 2 gigawatts of onshore in Q1. It's a very big number compared to what has happened before. I also hear about sort of court cases starting to shift a little bit because of the principle of overriding public interest, and so on and so on. So there are many excellent things coming out from the Commission, and Stefan also talked about the need for a pan-European approach. So I would rather have my focus there than because if we just execute, if the member states execute in the right way based on these guidelines, I think we will be in a good place.
Before now asking the audience also to ask their questions, one last question to Helene before that. Any bureaucratic bottlenecks you're seeing?
Yeah, some. But I would still add once again, of course, we have this with the access to sites. Of course, the developer-led access to site, as we can see in the open door scheme in Denmark, etc., to allow for that also in parallel to the auctions we are doing. I think that can, of course, also ease up something. But yeah, I think we discussed most bottlenecks before this.
Okay, so we heard a lot of keywords already, also IRA, permitting, bureaucratic procedures. It's now up to you, the audience. What questions do you have to the panelists? I see a hand there. Please give him the micro. And please introduce yourself, that we know.
Absolutely. Grzegorz Poznański, Director General of the CBSS Secretariat. And Markus, referring to what you've said, introducing the panel, that you would like to hear what CBSS can do. Let me say just 2 words about what we are about and what we can provide to all of you. First of all, as CBSS has 10 member states and the European Commission, now when Russia is not a member, we have really increased coherence, level of coherence. We understand each other, we are on the same page, all of us. Traditionally, we provide for political dialogue and practical cooperation. We could hear from the ministers that they would like to see for current presidency, German presidency, and incoming Finnish presidency, that ministers would like to see more practical follow-up, as I understand, on offshore wind and probably other issues. We could hear from the European Commission that CBSS should provide the political support. So we have, I would say, all necessary tools in the organization. Our modus operandi is to bring governments, academia, industry, also sub-regional and local partners from the region around the table to discuss this particular issues. It worked, for example, fantastically, and it works fantastically on maritime issues, where, for example, your colleagues from DG Mare are present. I see practically no obstacle to have such a modus operandi also on these issues, where we could have European Commission, member states, and other stakeholders around the same table. Just please make sure that we have proper mandate. On 1st, 2nd of June, we'll have the CBSS ministerial session in Wismar and ministerial declaration. If we have a proper mandate and we could really build up on this fantastic German presidency during the Finnish presidency and then the next presidencies, I think that we as an organization can provide for both political dialogue and very practical cooperation, including all the stakeholders. Sorry, there was not a question, but rather answering your question from the beginning of the panel. Thank you.
No, thank you very much for the intervention. That's what we are here to check this out, how this is possible. And we are very optimistic here in the ministry that the cooperation is ongoing and that we will see a fantastic Finnish presidency thereafter as well. Other questions from the audience? I see a gentleman there.
Thank you very much. My name is Johannes Schraps, member of the German Parliament. Have to apologize for my today's outfit. Was not possible in a different way. It just reminds us not to take over patronage of a football tournament and playing yourself. But coming to today's topic, first of all, I'm very grateful, and I think I can say that for all colleagues, for all parliamentarians all over the European Union, that we are discussing these issues so intensively. As the current president of the Baltic Sea Parliamentary Conference, we are discussing this issue at our annual conference in August this year here in Berlin as well. And because the buzzword of nuclear energy was mentioned, especially from our Polish colleague, I would like to ask the question there. Because we are discussing having energy decentralized and less vulnerable because of that. And we have the discussions, especially in the Baltic Sea region, about the Ostrovets nuclear power plant that Belarus has built close to the border of Lithuania. And I think it's very clear and very obvious that this is a danger, not just for Lithuania, but also for Poland and all other neighboring countries. But I would like to ask where the difference is between the nuclear power plant in Ostrovets that is built close to a border of a European country and to nuclear power plants that we build ourselves. And not, and by this, not decentralizing nuclear energy production, but using nuclear power plants again. Small and medium-sized nuclear power plants, just to make it smaller doesn't make it less dangerous. That's my clear position, but I would like to ask about that because it takes a lot of effort and a lot of resources that you need to develop this kind of energy. I don't know any expert that says that it's possible to develop these kind of nuclear power plants in less than 25 or 30 years. This is a long period of time. Wouldn't it be wise to take all the resources, all the capacities that you need to develop this, to push renewable energies like offshore wind, like onshore wind, or like solar power plants, and you can use you can solve the problem in a much easier and much quicker way. Thank you very much.
Would you like to comment?
Yes, glad to do that. So first of all, maybe on the specific case of the Ostrovets nuclear power plant, which is indeed close to some European Union member states and of concern. We've been working very closely both with the International Atomic Energy Agency and with the European governments in question to make sure that the security requirements, the safeguards, the safety requirements are respected, and that that particular nuclear power plant is under the appropriate regulatory monitoring and control. So that's the first part, and we of course continue to do that. So that's an ongoing exercise. Now turning to the question of nuclear energy within the European Union and nuclear investments across the European Union, the situation is the following. Now first of all, we have common targets for renewable energy. We have increased those targets over the last years, and very, very recently the co-legislators agreed on a further increase of renewables targets for 2030, and looking ahead into 2050 and our climate neutrality objectives, there's going to be a significant we're going to need a significantly accelerated deployment of renewable energy across the European Union. So to achieve our climate targets, we do need renewables, and that's a common target across the 27 European Union member states. Outside renewable energy, the decision of the energy mix is a national decision. So each European government can decide how much do I want of other sources of energy in my system. About half of the European countries have decided that they would like to either continue to have nuclear as part of their national energy mix, or that they will be investing in nuclear to bring it into the national energy mix. And that's a national decision. What we have to make sure at European level is, of course, as you're also implying, that that happens with full respect for the common European rules and in full respect of the targets for renewables that are necessary for the energy transition and for the climate ambitions and for our energy security. For those member states that choose to invest in nuclear and have nuclear as part of their national energy mix, we have a very close treaty-based cooperation, including rules that secure the safety and the safeguards, and we address together the security of our nuclear systems, again, for those countries that have nuclear under the Euratom Treaty, so part of the original treaty framework, if you will, at European level. One important aspect of that security is, of course, dependence. And so in the context of Repower EU, where the objective is to reduce dependence on Russia as an energy supplier, nuclear and nuclear fuel is of course also a consideration in that context. So another aspect of safety that we are looking at. But I think it's important again to underline that those decisions are national decisions and that they take place within the common framework of climate neutrality, more renewables and more energy efficiency across our economy in order to achieve those objectives, and that climate objective and those renewable objectives and that energy efficiency objective essentially is the same as our security objective. There is no energy security without climate security and without the energy transition. So those are two sides of the same coin, and some governments choose to make nuclear part of the mix to achieve net zero in 2050. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for this question. I have and sorry about the leg. I feel for you. I broke my leg just before my wedding, so I was sleeping on my wedding. And when I took over this new position of a vice minister, I also was limping because I was an ambassador. I had been an ambassador before in Vietnam, and just before leaving, I decided to play on football with a Ukrainian team. But it was for Ukraine. I'm willing to break 2 legs, you know. So it's, but sorry, just. I'm just trying to avoid the next question, you know, if I just talk longer. You know, we have I guess we have a strongly, fundamentally different sensibility in Poland and in Germany regarding nuclear energy. I think but I think it's very important to talk about it in a rational way, friendly way. I think we are very open always for you know, so I very much welcome your question. And we do not see this development of nuclear energy as a competitive aspect to the development of renewable. No, as I said, we have an incredibly ambitious plans in this regard. And if you remember our starting point, it's not a very easy situation, no? Because we do have heavy industry, we are reliant on coal. So I think I hope that you can appreciate the amount of effort we have been putting into this in Poland. And of course, whatever technologies we develop them to the Polish society is also very safety conscious, and we are developing to the highest standards. Now with in the future IAEA, but with the EU and so on. So it's very much we have run an auction, yes, and it is technology we chose, which is the highest standard that we understand is available anywhere. So we are very confident that this facility is going to be very safe. And as you know, we are very much security conscious regarding the dangers in the region also. So we are actually, I want to assure you that we treat this not as a normal situation, but we actually think 3 times on all those issues of safety and security and so on before we take decisions. So it's and we are very confident. There is, and actually when you look at even Polish society, and the level of support for development of this energy, it's a very high support. But still, if friends have some questions or anxieties, you know, very willing to talk about it. It's a question for us of intermittency, right? Because we have been relying on coal. Gas was supposed to be like an intermediary also phase, right? Towards moving to renewables. It's still, you know, it still is, but we still have this coal, and in the long term, it's better to rely on nuclear than on coal, also, right? So it's and the question of diversifying the energy sources for us is very important. I wonder if I wanted to say something else. Maybe just on the auctions. Just to let you know, because I think that's I can understand from a company perspective. it is a challenge, right, to put all this effort. But from a social perspective, social benefits, I think it's hard to think about of a better system. Maybe there is, so it's important to talk, but we are actually going to have an important auctions. Probably many of you are aware, because we are developing the wind farm projects in the Baltic Sea, and the capacity is going to reach 5.9 gigawatts by 2030, and by 2040, 11 gigawatts. And that's actually by the previous plan. The new plan is supposed to be even more ambitious. So with the first installations, producing energy as early as 2026 and 27. And sorry, and just jumping back to the nuclear, because I just looked at this my notes. We plan to build the first nuclear by 2035 or something. Sorry, now I can't find it, but it's. We hope it's not 20 years, but let's see. Thank you.
Thank you, and I saw there were further questions in the back. Please.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to listening to your insights in a very different area concerning all over the world. My name is Jörgen Pettersson, and I'm representing the Parliament of Åland, which is the smallest parliament in the Baltic Sea. And while you're mentioning the security of the Baltic Sea, we're also the only neutralized and demilitarized area there. So our view on this is that everyone should be more like we are on Åland. We are peaceful and we are neutralized and we love energy. And we are for the moment preparing for large-scale energy offshore parks in our water area where there is huge potential. As you realize, when you're living on an island, it's very windy. You mentioned also that the future has never looked this bright, but the presents have never been more complicated, roughly said. And that's probably where we are, because we see that the demand is there. There will be a stronger need for energy in the future, and the energy has to be clean, and we can provide it. But still, the way to go there is a little bit complicated from time to time, because you will always meet those who are not that into wind energy. And my question to the panel would really be, are there any silver bullets when it comes to communication in how you convince people that clean energy is the only future, really? I think they usually say that 85% of the world energy today is produced by fossil fuels and 15% by others. It should be the opposite way around. But what should we think about, having the opportunity to ask these bright minds of yours? What should we think about when it comes to communicate why it's important and why it's necessary to go along this road with the offshore wind? Thank you.
Let's start with industry. Silver bullets, what's your take? Who wants first?
This is really the $1,000 question, I guess. And I think it's always about, of course, getting into people's own life and somehow the feeling around that. And I think it is, of course, around to continue a comfortable life full of quality, etc. Of course, we need clean energy. Of course, the base here is that you believe that there is a threat from fossil fuels. But when we work with the more local acceptance, we have now started to go much closer to and really understand what we can bring into other stakeholders' lives. So we, for instance, now have discussions with the Sami villages affected by a large onshore wind farm. And they are so excited because we will electrify their snow scooters. So I think if you can get it close to people, and because I think each and every one needs to see both the upside, the benefit of the clean energy build-out for themselves, so they can also have a say in, yes, then I guess I need to have a wind farm in my backyard.
Yeah. It's interesting. I have not been asked this question for a while, and it's just, and I very much appreciate it. For us in Ørsted, when you have the vision we have of creating a world that runs entirely on green energy, and when you are the global leader in offshore wind, it's just something in your bones that is so obviously the right thing to do. 2 points more specifically. One is when we go local, and this is sort of very much also, I understand, sort of a local-driven question. We spend a lot of time talking about actually the benefits of the green build-out in the local community in terms of job creation and so on, where the numbers are staggering if you really start talking about that. So I think making it tangible and also sort of allow society to see the very, very obvious benefits of the build-out in the local community. And then I think my other point, a little bit more abstract and just for thought provocation. I have 3 sons. When I talk to my oldest son, 13-year-old, we don't have a conversation about whether an offshore wind turbine is pretty or not, or whether it is sort of uncomfortable to have too close to shore and so on. It's just, he doesn't even think like that, because it's a different generation where it's so obviously the way forward. So it's also about sort of recalibrating the mindset of those of us who have sort of been brought up in a different time.
Very short answer. We all know the quote, "It's the economy, stupid." And my answer would be, it's the economy and the crisis, stupid. The economic benefits are extremely relevant. We have seen what has happened in Germany since onshore wind developers pay a contribution to the local area. This has a positive impact, obviously, and improves the situation a lot. And what I have learned when we look at the public acceptance of our grid infrastructure projects, since the Ukraine war and the attack of Russia against the Ukraine, the public acceptance has increased a lot, so the crisis is helping us also.
Any further questions from the audience? Yes, there on the right, and then afterwards on, well, my right. 1 second, wait for the micro, please.
Yeah, hello, thanks. I represent the Board of Directors of Latvia. Kaspars Rokens is my name. Shortly, we heard 93 gigawatts of installed capacity in wind turbines. Availability of the production capacity. If Rasmus, you could elaborate on that, and maybe Vattenfall, you could answer on end of life of those wind turbines, sustainability, what our sons and daughters will do with the blades and the rest of the stuff. Thank you.
Hi, Kaspars. If I take the first one on availability, I assume you just mean sort of turbine availability and how much is. I will not give you a specific number, but give you 2 points. One is, of course, that if you look at, we are in the mid-90s in terms of turbine availability across the fleet, and also remember that is on turbines that are now getting bigger and bigger, but also some that are being used manifold. That also means that there are huge sort of potential in applying for the industry, more of a hub-based approach to, for instance, how you do operations and maintenance, how you can focus on not only the availability, but also the yield, sort of what economically sort of makes sense. So I think from that perspective, the industry is becoming more and more robust. And then the other point, at risk of becoming a bit technical, but for instance in Denmark, we talk a little bit about overplanting. What that means is actually that you have a bigger wind farm than your connection to shore, than your grid. And if you, as an example, have a 1 gigawatt wind farm but a 200 megawatt cable, that would allow you to have the wind farm producing at its peak for 85-90% of the time, and basically have a flat baseload profile. going to shore, which is exactly what the industry needs, so you sort of get away from the intermittency. So I think there is so much stuff going on in terms of creating a more robust offshore wind power hub that will allow electricity profiles that matches the need of the industry.
And I'm so happy for the question around sustainability and what do we do with the blades in the end or the turbines, because that is a very important question. In Vattenfall we put so many resources into every aspect of minimizing the build out of offshore wind, onshore wind and solar, by the way, but also to nowadays maximize the positive effects we can get from it on fish life, for instance. But when it comes to the reuse, recycling, we actually saw the turbine blades have been the headache in the industry. So 1.5 years ago, we made a decision from that day to ban landfill. So we don't put the used turbine blades in landfill anymore. Then last year, we actually decommissioned a wind farm in Netherlands, and we realized now we need to do something with the blades. We actually, all of these blades are now in different areas, especially a Norwegian company is using the blades for making skis, for making sport equipments, and they are also trying out this. How can we actually use, and the interesting thing is, I think you need to make the decision, and then you have to find a solution. And one thing that this industry is really good at is finding solutions. And there are solutions. All of these blades are now out and getting reused in new applications. We also at the same time put, of course, a very tough target then on 50% recyclable blades within a very short time frame. And we also now in the wind farm we are building in Hollandse Kust South together with Siemens Gamesa. There we have 3 turbines with the recyclable blades, just to see how this is working. But it's a very important question, and we need to make sure that we minimize the negative effects of what we're doing.
Thank you. I saw there was one more question here.
Thank you very much. My name is Andre Iflener from Skyborn Renewables. I have a short question to Didi Jürgensen. The German Nature Conservation Association, NABU, has announced a legal action against the German offshore targets because they don't accept the space and available locations, what we needed to reach that target. So what do you think in case of that lawsuits against Germany?
Thank you. I can't speak to the specific case, but maybe a few words about the overall framework and what we've been doing together with member states at European level. So we've seen that permitting and the legal framework for nature restoration together with the legal framework for renewables is a challenge. And what we have tried to do at European level is to clarify the legal framework, to clarify the relation between these 2 different legal frameworks that typically are at the core of disputes or legal challenges like the one you point to. So we have clarified the overriding public interest. We have confirmed that there is an overriding public interest in renewable projects, which changes the legal assessment, if you will, the legal application and the impact of these different rules. We have put in place specific provisions on what member states can do in terms of identifying go-to areas, what is the relation between the rules, and then we have been addressing the legal framework, the delay that we see from court cases that arise that cause a significant delay in the rollout of renewables. So I think we have now a much clearer common European legal framework as a result of the recent agreement on the Renewable Energy Directive, the specific rules on permitting, the emergency rules that I referred to before. And so our hope would be that clearer and stronger legal framework at European level, including the clarification of the relation between environmental rules and these energy ambitions, that will help limit the number of cases, limit the number of challenges Of course, continuing the respect of the environmental rules, that is absolutely critical. So the question is not about a softening of environmental rules or environmental protection. The question is the legal clarity between the different rules so that we avoid delays that result from that lack of clarity. And I hope that would also be the case in this particular context. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a final question from the audience here in the front? Sorry, sir, but you had already one. Well, we see first the other ones need their first one.
All right. Hello, my name is Liutauras. I'm from Litgrid, Lithuania, electricity transmission system operator. So question regarding the grid development. I'll start by example. Sometimes two countries developing the grid fail to agree on sharing the cost, and typically the cost sharing mechanism is 50-50. That's how it works. Now we talk about many countries involved. For example, Germany as off-taker takes electricity from Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, and that's gonna be big offshore meshed grid with lots of capex investment. So for Germany, this capex would be less of intensity compared to smaller countries such as Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Do you think the existing cross-border cost-sharing mechanisms are efficient or should be changed for beneficiaries, bigger countries, to compensate more cost towards investing countries for this grid offshore infrastructure to be in place as we expect sevenfold by 2030? Thank you.
Who feels called to this?
Thank you. Thank you for this. This is an important question in terms of the investor certainty and predictability. So important that you raise that. We do have clear rules in place around cost sharing. We are addressing some of that in relation to offshore hybrid projects in the electricity market design. And then we will be following up with network codes, which is really the more technical part of that regulation. So I think we do have a good framework is the short answer. As we go forward with a review and an update on our offshore European strategy, if there are any considerations in that regard, then it's very useful for us to hear so that we can make sure that the continued regulatory, that the regulatory environment continues to be the most conducive possible and creates the right incentives for investments into offshore renewables, including the big hybrid projects that are necessary.
So we have to come to a close. The gentleman had a follow-up question. It needs to be short.
This is not going to be Björn Borg and Joe McEnroe tennis game, but nevertheless, my first serve was a bit of lame. My question was pointing to availability of the material to produce the wind farms. Dresden produced a new, is making a new factory for the chips, so the same direction. How do we really achieve 93 gigawatts of installed capacity? Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that one. If I should go, that's a difficult one to take in 1 minute. So what I will say is that the supply chain, what we can do with the supply chain in Europe right now, if you ask me, is my biggest concern. As an offshore wind developer, it's my biggest concern. And it is one that we feel very much on our own bodies right now. In Ørsted, we are investing 50 billion Danish kroner a year. Over the next 5 years, that is more than our market cap. And that is through contracts with suppliers. So there is a lot at stake here. And I think the areas where we see the biggest challenges are with the OEMs, so with the turbine suppliers. It is also very much vessel availability and so on. So I think there are some very good initiatives in the Net Zero Industry Act in terms of how can we go about this in a more structured way across Europe. But just to basically play it back to you and say I appreciate very much the comment, and it's a concern that we share as well. It is something we really need to focus on as an industry.
Thank you, Rasmus. Thank you to my great panel here. So I think they deserve a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we had a great start to the conference. A couple of takeaways. We had a lot of sporting discussions here, so we learned Wojciech needs to be careful with soccer, with football. Then you will be invited again on your way to Denmark to come here. We learned about tennis, and we learned about the sustainability that in Norway you will go on skis now as a produced from former windmills. But we had also a couple of content-wise takeaways. I think we agreed on no climate security without energy security. I think a very important comment. We all agreed, and the ministers also mentioned, that we really have to speed up the investment. We have to triple the renewable energy. There was a lot of talk about, well, the future is bright, but we also need to do it now, while we also had a good surf already. So it's, as Stefan said, it's the economy and the crisis is stupid. So to get all this done, we need not only collaboration and cooperation, but deep cooperation. And the Council of the Baltic Sea states can play a role in that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attention, and good luck with the rest of the conference. Geraldine, over to you.
Thank you so much, Marcus. I believe you also deserve a round of applause for the wonderful hosting of this panel. Such an important, such an important conversation to have right now at this moment in time, which is why we're also going to stay with this topic of energy security for the next session here on stage. We are now going to hear a keynote on what energy security really means in practice and how we can actually get to a safe and reliable energy system from Francesco La Camera, the Director General of the International Renewable Energy Agency. Please give him a big round of applause as well.
So once that I start to speak, you cannot move. Okay. So, buongiorno. Good day to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this important event. I think this all is becoming familiar to me. Good for me. And I'm very happy to be with you today. So we have understood very clearly from the debate that we have assisted to that we are currently facing some of the most pressing issues of our time: energy security concern, climate change, access, and affordability. The good news is that in all the intervention and in the fact, we have seen that renewable energy has emerged as the most realistic and viable solution. You know that our arena is pushing to have targets very clearly indicated, also in the way to COP28, and we have talked about this annual addition of 1,000 gigawatts of renewables to meet this priority. And naturally, offshore wind is a crucial piece of this puzzle. You can see on the slide how installation capacity has been along the year, how the blue line related to renewables has been year after year outpacing the new installed capacity of the traditional fossil fuel. And we see, as in the last year, 83% of new installed capacity was renewables. This means very clear that the energy transition is in place, and the direction of travel is there, and no one will change it. So we are going to a new energy system that will be largely dominated by renewables, complemented by hydrogen, mainly green hydrogen, and the sustainable use of biomass. Naturally, so the question is not where we are going. The question is at which speed and scale we are going. Because in this exercise, when we talk about climate change, the most important, crucial variable is time. And naturally, offshore wind play an important role in this respect. In the table, you can see what has been planned until 2030. And you have also seen from our discussion how we are going to a next level of this ambition. So we have to go from 275 gigawatts that are there indicated to 45 gigawatts by 2030. And this is already a raising ambition on when the target that we have, the goal that we have discussed in the context of the Global Offshore Wind Alliance. So in just 6-8 months, we have to change our numbers for putting the ambition needed to stay in the 1.5. And you know, also in this whole, I say that the renewable-based energy transition is not just a replacement of fuels, but a shift to a different energy system. And for that, we need to shift focusing on supply towards shaping future demand, so paying more attention to the demand side. Next slide, please. And ARENA has identified and is pushing for having 3 main barriers we have identified that are, in our point of view, the reason we are not progressing as fast as needed. We can go to the next slide. Here we have just represented the different geographical goal in terms of offshore wind installer capacity under the actual policies. And we have identified 3 areas of work. And I'm also, how to say, satisfied to notice as the approach of ARENA in identifying 3 main barriers have been also present in the discussion we had this morning in the breakfast discussion, and also in the intervention that we have seen. Naturally, identify this barrier, we are talking about the global landscape. But in some way, this also apply, and very precisely apply, at least coming from what I have understood from the comments today, to the Baltic area. So, in our point of view, policy must take an holistic approach to offshore procurement when we talk about the legal environment, for example. But trying to see what you mean by grid. You have understood, and this is what we have assessed, that moving to a new energy system means also a change in the structures that are sustaining the system. So the system doesn't stand alone. So the centralized energy system based on fossil fuel has been possible because we have organized and put in place structures that sustained that system. So make possible for where the reserve of oil and gas were, or coal, they come to our houses. So it means physical infrastructure. But not only physical infrastructure, because we have also a legal system that make possible for this happening, trading, and having market functioning. And we have also to have the right policy in place for making this happen. And also the institutional capacity. Why the Ministry for Petroleum and Gas around the world? No? Why we have our CV at university, forming people, training people for professional skill that are coherent with the kind of energy system that we were in place. So we have to move and make different. So we cannot sustain the coming of the new energy system with the structure of the past. So we are very close to the point where we are not able anymore to access more renewables into the market, especially in the developed country. We have learned this morning there are, I don't know, I'd say 200 permits that are waiting to be given. We have, I don't know how many applications for being linked to the grid. We have an overcapacity potential of offshore wind in electricity in the Baltic, but we don't know how to reach all the other countries. So how this electricity, why we have had to have this overcapacity in the Baltic. So it's important that the infrastructure, physical infrastructure, is able to interconnect, so there must ensure interconnectivity. We have to ensure flexibility, and we have to ensure a mechanism for balancing the system. And this should be done differently than in the past. So sometimes when I listen to initiatives or projects that go back to a centralized system, so not a decentralized system, it's not only because we are talking about that particular project, but because we are delaying a legislation, a policy, a building infrastructure that's going very straightforward to the decentralization of the energy system. And this is good for the climate because we will bring more renewables into the grid. That will be also very good in terms of security. And sometimes, listen, excuse me if I do this diversion, but I expect that one for the public make me the same comment of nuclear so that I can respond. So I assume that someone has given this question to me because I wish to respond. And I don't know if I was here, but I always trying to make this example. So I don't want to talk about nuclear because it's unsafe or because the waste of nuclear in Italy in 20 years, they do not find a place where to secure the storage. I don't want to discuss this. These are out of my competence, and I will not discuss that. I don't want to discuss about security. I remember that when we have the possibility of an instant nuclear during this crisis, all the pills of iodium in the pharmacy were not anymore available because we all were afraid of something was happening far from our houses. So we talk about security. But I'm talking about time, the most important variable. My example is, okay, we have a very important meeting in a city that is 500 kilometers from our city. We decide to go by car. To get there in time, 5 p.m., we are starting 5 years before, we have to go 100 hour kilometers average. But if in the first hour, we don't go 500 kilometers, and we go 60. This means in the next 4 hours, we cannot go more 100. We have to go 120. And also if in the second hour, we are going slower than 100 kilometers per hour, the last 3 hours we have to go 150. Where bring this reasoning? That if you don't look fast, at a certain moment, there will be the physical no realistic possibility to get the goal, because it's too late. So if we say that we need for having less oil and gas into the grid, having 1,000 gigawatts of renewables, that this means to triple the investment in the energy transition. 1.3 last year, we need to go for 5.2 immediately. It means that the time is running. It's running fast. In this sale 2 years ago, we have said we have to triple the installed capacity of renewables. Now it's more than triple, because from the 290 gigawatts that has been a record last year, we have to go to 1,000 gigawatts. So my reasoning for saying that the the more we are delaying the actual clean energy into the grids, the more difficult it will be to get the result. So if we are investing in technologies that will produce results in 2035 or in 2040, possibly we are compromising our capacity to be in time to get our work done. We have been listening about the needs for policy and regulation that are looking to the future. We have talked about arbeiten interconnector. We are talking a lot of new things that are not yet covered by the actual legislation. So policy and regulation naturally is also very, very important. And there is one aspect that for us is still very important that's not been mentioned. In our point of view, is the third point, is the institutional and skilled workforce. So we don't have the institutional capacity, we don't have the skilled workforce. And if it is so evident when we talk part of the world where the Paris Agreement is really at stake, so the new emergent economy, the continent like Africa, Southeast Asia, how important is that we have the institutional capacity and the workforce, the skilled workforce. This already started to be also a barrier in our rich Europe. So what is our invite today is has been said about collaboration. I think it's crucial to have a collaboration. I think also it's important to make a reasoning of what is public goods mean when we talk about the grids and what private investments are. This is something that we have also to reflect on. And when we talk about grids, just say how, as Arena, we think this is important. Yesterday I was in Abu Dhabi at the World Utility Congress. I launched the idea, we have many alliances that are going towards the COP28, also to discuss how we can make the utilities, perhaps at regional scale, working together and trying to send a strong message to the COP28. Because if we accept that narrative will oblige us also to rewrite or to rethink the way international cooperation works. Imagine in the decentralization of supply chain, if we have invested in Africa in the past as we should have done. Possibly now the concern concerning the mineral and the rare earth could be less urgent than that today. So we have no time to try to do as fast as possible. Decentralization cannot be happen only in Europe when we talk about mineral and rare earth, but investing also in other parts of the world, establish partnership, make also possible not to have to abandon the predatory approach that sometimes has been together with the way developed countries work in the developing country, but trying to give an occasion to build in the emerging economy in the developing countries their green industry, so that we can decentralize the supply chain as we have been as to be able to decentralize the generation of electricity. And for this, talking about the offshore wind, we have working on the establishment of this Global Offshore Wind Alliance, the GOA, that was funded by Denmark, IRENA, and GWEC, the Association of Offshore Wind Company. For the time being, we have 14 countries and 8 leading private sector companies. And we have been able, working with this in this context, to also to influence, or as a way to support the G7 minister in target, the G7 target of 150 gigawatt offshore wind by 2030. So I don't know how many of you are aware of GOA, how many are already member of GOA, but I really invite you to be part of this framework. So this is what I wish to say for you today. All that I've said to you is in our renewable energy transition outlook preview that we have presented in this sale a few weeks ago is available on our website, as is available our work on investment, because unfortunately one other challenge is there that the world is going not fast enough, but it's also going very in not equal way. So only 1% of the installed capacity of renewables last year was in Africa, and it's simply unacceptable. And you can find this publication, all the data that you can use in your work. Grazie. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Francesco. I hope it's okay if people approach you in the upcoming lunch break. If you do have questions or want to engage in conversation, then you'll have the possibility to do so in just a minute. And thank you for your input and approachability, Francesco. So just give me 2 minutes for very quick housekeeping before we break for lunch. As I mentioned to you, we are going to have 2 breakout sessions. And I want to share a little bit information about that right now. I think Francesco has already beautifully segued into that because he touched on many of the topics that are going to be discussed this afternoon. So in the first breakout session, Cooperation for Sufficient Manufacturing Capacities, we want to explore how the Baltic Sea countries can really exploit synergies in light also of the Green Deal industrial plan. Topics that are going to be discussed in that breakout session will include manufacturing capacities in the Baltic Sea region, building a strong and skilled workforce, and the role of ports in the energy transition, also already mentioned by our Minister, Frau Baerbock, this morning. And this session is going to take place here in the beautiful Weltsaal. We have another breakout session titled Advantages and Challenges of a Cross-Border Integrated Energy System, where we want to explore what is needed to really develop an integrated renewable energy system, the grids, interconnectors for hydrogen, energy islands, and so forth, and how this can be aligned with all the political targets discussed today. So questions that will be dealt with in that breakout session will include the role of regional and European organizations to ensure these synergies, how states and corporate players can work together to facilitate these processes. And this session is going to take place not here, but in the Europasaal, which is just back toward the entrance where you came in, the lovely larger room there. And that is a path that you will probably walk also if you're looking for the lunch. All lunch and coffee breaks will be served in the foyer area where you entered this morning. I want to point out one more thing happening from now until then. So the breakout sessions will start at 2:20, so 14:20. And in case you're hungry for more food for thought during the lunch break, we have one more session I want to bring to your attention, which will start at 1:30. This is going to be a signing ceremony of 2 letters of intent between the transmission system operators, 50 Hertz, Ehlering, Ligrid, and AST. You met 50 Hertz on the panel that was hosted here earlier on energy security. And they're going to be doing the signing ceremony to seal their future cooperation. The ceremony is going to include some keynotes of representatives of the respective countries, as well as a moderated discussion between the transmission system operators management. And this is also going to take place in the Europasaal. So quick recap, lunch happening now in the foyer area where you came in, the signing ceremony starting in the Europasaal at 1:30, and both breakout sessions in the Europasaal and here in the Weltsaal starting at 2:20. I'm sure most of you already found the shuttle buses if you were heading to the BWO event, but if not, you can quickly go and get one now. Also leaving where you came in at Untergasse 10. And yeah, with that, I hope you have a wonderful lunch, good discussions, good breakout sessions, and I look forward to seeing you all here at 4 p.m. to resume our program here on the stage. Thank you.
Okay, krieg ich Ton? Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, and please take a seat. Come in and find out. Just take a seat. Okay, so let's get started to the afternoon. I hope you all enjoyed a little lunch, some good talks in between, meeting all the colleagues and friends and your stakeholders, always an important part of such an event here. So we have a panel session this afternoon here, and our breakout session is about one of the key issues we have identified, which is manufacturing, or in broader terms, the supply chain. But before we start with our discussion here, let me just very briefly set the scene to remember all of us and remind us what are we talking about when we're talking about offshore wind in the Baltics. But let me put it into a global perspective. We are all aware of those huge targets, ambitious targets, and all of us, or most of us, we are constantly asking politicians to give us ambitious targets. Now we are here, we have those targets. Now the next topic is to bring things in motion. The targets are huge. I mean, the 2030 targets for offshore wind that we are aware of, on a global scale, it's 50 gigawatts. It's an annual build-out in the year 2030. We have a European target of 26 to 30 gigawatt as an annual build-out in 1 year to be built. And we have all learned that the Baltics have set a target of reaching 22 gigawatt by the year 2030 for the Baltic Sea region here, with a huge potential that goes far beyond in the further future. What does it mean? What does it mean, those targets? Just one number, if we consider a next or over next generation of wind turbines offshore, we will talk likely about turbines with a capacity of around 20 megawatt per turbine, maybe a little below. Let's see what the future will tell us. But how to translate 30 gigawatt as an annual build-out target for Europe into turbines? It's more than 1,500 turbines for 1 year to be installed. And there are questions around. What does it mean? If you take that, we have for 1 megawatt approximately 220 tons of material. That means for 1 gigawatt, 220,000 tons. And if you multiply that with 30 gigawatts, we're talking about more than 6.6 million tons of material to be formed into turbines and components to build the offshore wind farms. If you just look at this steel, and steel is by far the most of material used in a wind farm, it's more than 90%. It will be 5.9 million tons of raw steel that we jointly will put into the ocean in Europe in the year 2030. That equals to 7 billion euros in raw steel prices as of today, just to bring you an order of magnitude. And to give you a few more insights in what that all means for us, I would ask Giles Dixon from Wind Europe, the CEO of Wind Europe, to come to the stage to give us a little keynote about the offshore wind expansion in the Baltics, in Europe and beyond. Giles, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much indeed, Manfred. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. Where is offshore wind in Europe today? The blue bars are the gigawatts installed in each country. The red bars are the share of offshore wind in each country's electricity mix. Across Europe as a whole, we now have 30 gigawatts, and offshore wind is 3% of all the electricity we consume in Europe. Of course, as Manfred has said, governments have huge ambitions for the build-out of both offshore and onshore wind. By 2030, the European Union wants to increase the volume of onshore and offshore wind from 200 gigawatts to 440 gigawatts in just 7 years. That is achievable provided we continue to simplify the permitting, provided we accelerate the build-out of the grids, provided we preserve and expand the European wind energy supply chain, and provided we send clear signals to investors. Provided we do all of that, Wind Europe, representing the whole European wind industry, onshore and offshore, believe that the build-out of wind, onshore and offshore, from here to 2030, year by year, will look something like this. The light blue is offshore, the dark blue is onshore. These are annual new installations. You can see there's a huge acceleration towards the end of this decade in the rate of build-out of new offshore wind. And you can see we get to the 30 gigawatts a year that Manfred was talking about of new installation of offshore wind by the end of this decade. It means that we expand the total volume of offshore wind in the EU by a factor of times 10 from here to 2030. Extremely ambitious, but doable, provided those 4 things I mentioned happen. Of course, it's going to need a huge amount of new investments. Let's just pause on investments. How are we doing? Are we investing enough? Are we announcing enough new investments? Because the investments we announce today will be the new offshore wind farms we build by the end of this decade. Let's see how we're doing. Let's look first of all at the 9 years that ended in 2021. The blue bars are the amount of money invested each year in offshore wind in Europe, and the curve is the amount of capacity that was buying. Okay, maybe not too bad up until 2021. How was 2022? Let's have a look. There was not a single final investment decision announced last year in any large offshore wind farm in Europe. 2 problems. Number 1, investors were spooked by various national government interventions in electricity markets. Of course, we all understand the need to protect consumers, both household and industrial, but some of those interventions were unhelpful and continue to be. Second problem, inflation in commodity and other input costs for offshore wind turbines. Inflation that was not sufficiently reflected in the way governments are indexing the auction prices and other tariffs that they are offering for offshore wind. Those 2 problems need to be fixed. The new EU market design proposals that the Swedish EU presidency want to reach agreement on by June should help fix the uncertainty to investors, because they will put an end to all of these unhelpful national government interventions in electricity markets. And on indexation, it's a case of saying to each government, make sure that your auction prices are indexed in such a way that you reflect the actual cost of offshore wind turbines. Some governments are getting it, not all governments are getting it yet. Okay, so let's assume we solve those problems. We then are sending clear signals to investors. But we still need to do something about the supply chain, which is what we are here this afternoon to talk about. The supply chain today is not operating in profit. It needs to be brought back to profitability. Hopefully that will happen soon. And it also needs to grow, because we don't have enough factories to make all of the new offshore wind turbines that we know we now need to build, that governments want to build. Let's just break down the situation in different parts of the offshore wind supply chain, and let's see how far we are falling short today in terms of the industrial capacity that we have and what we need to have to deliver these ambitious targets. The turbines themselves. Today, we can manufacture up to, we think, 7 gigawatts a year of offshore wind turbines in Europe. Of course, we need to be making much more than that by the end of this decade. In just a few years' time, we need to be making that number. That means more turbine factories, making blades, nacelles, and other turbine components. What about the foundations? Today, we can make 600 a year, whether it's monopiles or jackets. Actually, we already need to be making that number a year. Now, RWE and Northland Power have just announced a framework supply agreement with a Chinese foundation manufacturer. It's perfectly understandable that they have chosen to do so. It makes perfect business sense for RWE and Northland Power, but it is regrettable that they had to sign such an agreement with a Chinese manufacturer, that they could not go to a European supplier for such an agreement, because we are not yet making enough foundations in Europe. Let's look at another part of the offshore supply chain, the substations. At the moment, we can make that number of HVDC substations a year. We need to be making that number. Let's look at the workforce. Here they are. Today, we have that many people working in offshore wind across Europe. By 2030, we need that many. And we all know there is a fight, there is a struggle out there in every sector of the economy for skilled labor, especially technical skilled labor. What about these things, the vessels that do the installation? We need a lot of new installation vessels, a lot of new operation and maintenance vessels. Put those two things together, that is how many new vessels we need by 2030 for Europe. And finally, let's look at these, the cables. Today, we can make that many kilometers a year of cables to connect the offshore wind farms to the mainland. We need to be making that volume a year. You can see we are falling short. We have bottlenecks already in many of these areas. On top of this, of course, we need to invest in port infrastructure. About 9 billion euros is what we need to invest in Europe's ports between now and 2030, including in ports here in the Baltic. And there are some fantastic ports, but we need to invest in places like the ports of Szczecin, Gdańsk, Klaipėda, Liepāja, and so on. Now, the European Union is trying to help. They have a new Green Deal industrial plan, and it has some good things in it. New flexible state aid rules, which make it easier for national governments to give capex support through investment tax credits for new factories. The EU are now telling national governments they've got to have non-price criteria in their auctions. They've set a target. The onshore and offshore wind supply chain in Europe together should be able to make 36 gigawatts of turbines a year. And they have promised that there will be more EU money to come, maybe a dedicated EU sovereignty fund to support Europe's clean energy supply chains. But, ladies and gentlemen, this and its so-called Net Zero Industry Act, which is the core of this, it is not enough. There are three things that are missing. First of all, the EU money that they're talking about, they're saying let's link it all to technology breakthroughs and innovation. No! This is not a technology challenge, it's a volume challenge. We've got to build more of the same factories that we have today as quickly as possible. And don't please link the offer of EU financial support to innovation and technology breakthroughs. Secondly, these non-price criteria. So the EU have said there should be criteria for resilience of the supply chain. Sounds potentially interesting. Criteria for energy sector integration and for sustainability. Come on, there's more criteria that you could add to the list. What about due diligence and ESG? We've all just committed with the Dutch government for the Dutch offshore wind farms to deliver on due diligence and ESG. What about cyber security, either in the auction evaluation criteria or perhaps in the pre-qualification criteria? And let's have a criterion also that says, purely and simply, you get more points in the auction if your equipment is made in Europe. And that's not Wind Europe language, that is Emmanuel Macron. That is Olaf Scholz. That is exactly what they said at the North Sea Summit in Ostend just 2 weeks ago, that all of these new offshore wind turbines we want to build in Europe must be made in Europe. And finally, let's get rid of this idea that the Commission have proposed that once the non-price criteria are adding 10% to the costs of a project, then you don't have to use them. How on earth are we going to measure that? Meaningless, that must go. So there we are, ladies and gentlemen. If we get these things right, we can look forward to the build-out of offshore wind here in the Baltic Sea and the rest of Europe. Thank you very much.
Super. Giles, thank you very much for this insight, putting the finger to the point where it may hurt. Good. But now, dear audience, we have a panel who might have answers to a few questions and concerns raised by Giles. Let me introduce the panel one by one. Let me start with the lady in our round, Danielle Jarsky. Please come to the stage. Danielle is the Chief Development Officer at Global Offshore Wind at RWE. She is in that position since January 2022, but she has more than 15 years experience in offshore wind and a history in E.ON. Welcome to the stage. And please take a seat. Next in the row is our colleague Pavel, sorry for that, Pribilski, from Siemens Gamesa. Pavel is the Managing Director of Siemens Gamesa Poland. He is within Siemens Gamesa since 2011. Welcome to the panel and please take a seat. We continue with our Danish colleague Jeppe Lacour. Jeppe is the Chief Business Officer of the offshore port of Rønne in Denmark, the energy island. Welcome to the stage. Please, wherever you want. And we continue with Niels de Baar, please. Niels de Baar is the President of Vestas Northern and Central Europe and the Group Senior Vice President at Vestas. He is in that role since 2019. Welcome to our panel, and please take a seat. And we continue with Bas Nekeman. Bas Nekeman is the Business Unit Director at dena Offshore in Northern Europe. He is in that position since 2010, a long history in installation of turbines and foundations. Welcome to the panel. So let's get a bit into it after the impressive numbers and challenges pointed to by Giles. And let me start with an opening question that I'd like to raise to all of you, and you may put the angle from your perspective to that question. So given the role of offshore wind as a kind of backbone of the energy transition in many of the countries, especially here in Germany, offshore wind is really becoming the backbone of an energy transition. How can we ensure, how do you think, from your perspective, it can be ensured that we're going to have the sufficient manufacturing capacities, the sufficient installation capacities, the workforce needed, and the supporting infrastructure? Danielle, do you like to start? How can we overcome the hurdles?
Thank you, Manfred. And we will hear a lot of numbers today. Also, I have some on my notes, and probably all of us have that. Let me also set the stage after the impulse by Giles, which is so obvious. This is not a math quiz. We need now to come to the equation and the solution. So From a developer's perspective, it's very simple. It's clarity, and this clarity needs to be not only for this year or for next year. It needs to be with the targets, which are now set, but then the clarity needs to be translated into a framework in which then the investments are possible. And for that, this clarity is needed, so to have a reliable framework to make those investments very, very solid, because this is what we in the end need to deliver this. And for this clarity and the solid foundation of this, of course, we don't need any kind of short-term thoughts or ideas anymore. I think our industry by now proved very well that we can deliver. I think also, given technology, we are on a high level already, and in particular, renewables always innovate and improve and challenge itself. So this is nothing where I need an incentive. I think going forward, the clarity is important to create an investors environment, first of all.
Super, thank you so much. So that means capital can be allocated, and capital allocated may lead to orders, a topic that our dear OEMs like to hear most, but there are also challenges in the manufacturing capacities. Niels, what is your view? How can we ensure sufficient manufacturing capacity by the year 2030?
Yes, well, for starters, you might be surprised, but we have overcapacity in our factories today. It's also related to what Giles mentioned, of course. I mean, the market has not developed very favorably. Next to that, despite our current situation, we're very optimistic. Definitely also when we talk about the states surrounding the Baltic Sea. Actually, when we did the calculation, 1/3 of all our employees, so of all our capacity, is in those countries. We have around 10,000 employees in those countries. Having said that, and we'll come back to that later, I guess, how we want to tackle the rapid growth. For us, the big challenge is that we see too much delay between ambitious and realistic projects. I mean, to summarize it, targets should lead to permits, permits should lead to projects, and then it becomes very important for us, projects should lead into value for the full value chain. And that's where we see a big gap now.
Thank you, Niels. Question goes over to Pavel. What do you think about manufacturing capacities?
Well, thank you very much for invitation. In principle, on a general level, I believe what is necessary in Europe, and I think this is kind of the repeat of the voice that has been said here. We need a kind of collaboration, but real collaboration, and I would say among four parties. So supply chain, and this could be turbine producers, but also other components and service providers, then developers/investors, then governments in the countries, and as kind of the umbrella, European Union. And having this, but in real actions, real plans, and action points that are to be executed, then we have chance to, be at the end of the day close to these targets that are taken and that we would like to all to be realized. Yeah.
Thank you, Pavel. Moving over to you, Bas. Vessel 56 additional vessels needed was a claim that Wind Europe made. How do you think, will we see those vessels?
Well, 56, maybe we can dream about it. We look at it from a marine contractor's perspective. So the advantage of marine contracting is you can sail your boat to anywhere where the market is. And that helps us to invest. So last year we have commissioned the Orion. And with the Orion we built the first wind farm with the Orion in the Baltic Sea, Arcades Ost. We used the port of Runne to make it all happen. The vessel Orion was equipped with a Liebherr crane built in Rostock. And I'll get back to that later, hopefully, on the topic of the supply chain at the shores of the Baltic Sea. But this year we continue to commission our vessels. So We will commission a new rock placement vessel this year. We have just commissioned a new cable lay vessel, the Viking Neptune. And on the 30th of June, we will, I want to say baptize, but it will not be baptizing, it will be naming the Green Jade in Taiwan, in Taipei. So we are actually massively investing in trying to get that fleet of 56 vessels on the water.
Super, thank you. Going over to the harbors, because a vessel need to take the load on board and they will have to go to a harbor. Where are we with the harbors?
Well, to follow the numbering that Giles used, we are about 1/3 of the capacity in the Baltic Sea that we should be in 2030 to match the 3.5 gigawatts we should be able to install after that. So we are also lagging behind, and very much to the contrary of what people think. We are actually supporting other ports in the Baltic Sea, because our biggest fear is that there will be a bottleneck on the port side, harming the industry that would actually harm all of us. So we want to build the cake bigger instead of taking it all for ourselves.
Super. So in that fact, are you actually in good talks to harbors around the Baltic Sea? Are there existing collaborations, or are you on the way to build them up?
I wouldn't say that there are existing corporations, but there are talks, and we do share some knowledge about what has functioned and what didn't function. In general, I think one thing that you could do for the port side would be to open and be more open in the industry, because if we are to utilize the ports 100%, then we need collaboration from the customers that we have in the port, because there's not time for a standstill of 2 months between the projects. We need to have them absolutely back to back, and perhaps even overlapping.
Okay, we come back to that later, but let's go one by one in the order here, and let's start a bit with the manufacturing capacities. You were talking a bit about overcapacities at the moment. At the other hand side, we see a potential shortcoming by the year 2030. Niels, what are your most current challenges, and what do you think needs to be done to enable you to invest in the manufacturing capacities needed?
Yes, so once more, we are optimistic about handling the capacity challenge in our part of the value chain. I mean, we are preparing now for the massive growth in offshore. For instance, recently we announced a nacelle assembly factory in Stettin, as an example. 700 employees, more than 1,000 in the supply chain. We can increase our capacity like that in 2 to 3 years. That's the time we need to build a factory for blades or for nacelles. So, in order to do that, Vestas invests on a yearly basis around between 800 in recent years and €1 billion to increase production capacity and to develop our products to a higher level, R&D. While last year we made a loss of €1.6 billion. So there you have the essence of our challenge, our problem. And it's not just us, it's all the OEMs in the value chain are operating at a loss. And I think that's then the challenge. We have to solve that value element in our part of the value chain. And 2 elements I want to mention. Also this morning with the ministers, we had a very good conversation about that. The auction design, also Giles referred to it, still needs, I would say, a lot of adaptations in different countries. Negative bidding without ceiling, leads to a situation where our customers can only then be extremely brutal on the cost of the rest of the value chain. And in the end, nobody gets value out of the projects. And we need to go into a situation where there are clear, standardized criteria, qualitative criteria, and also pre-qualification criteria, already mentioned. The other one, which is really within our part of the value chain, is we have to stop this, let's say, wind turbine arms race. let's face it, for sure the offshore wind sector is still in its infancy. And we have to, in order to scale up massively, it's a volume question, we have to industrialize. And it's a strange thing. I mean, when we came out with the 50 megawatt turbine, and it was still on the design table, the questions were already, but when is your 20 megawatt turbine ready? And that's exactly what we as Vestas we will not participate in that race. We need to have a return on our investment, on this huge investment to get this turbine live. But it's also with, if I look left and right in the rest of the value chain, it's extremely important that investments in vessels can be done, and there will be a return on investment. The ports can get ready for the current size and weight of the turbines. So for us, that's very important, and we also decided that's a strategic thing. We will be, you can call it a fast or smart mover when it comes to technology development. We think it's now much more important to reduce the risk in the value chain by industrializing and get the volume challenge under control.
Super, thank you so much. Is there anything you'd like to add from the Siemens Gamesa perspective, Pavel?
Well, in principle, I must say that most of the topics raised by Niels, we simply agree to that. What was also said by Giles a few minutes ago, this indexation, this is a topic that is important of the CFDs of the tariffs, because in this way we are also somehow able to find the compromise with our customers, with the investors about the pricing and all the commercial conditions. Yes, and I think another story that could support us in this complicated, difficult situation related to the current financial situation is kind of the subsidy for the manufacturing that could be granted by the governments. So yeah, I think these are two additional topics that could be added to that. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, super, thanks. So I have two key takeaways from that here. That is, get an auction design right that will solve also the needs of the manufacturers and stop the race for the next generation of turbine rather sooner than later, or at least slow it down in industrialization. Okay. Danielle, from a developer's perspective, how do you look actually at the supply chain? We heard from Giles that you had to and likely were forced to take a decision for a supply in your project together with Northland to procure components, foundation, in that case from China. So how do you look at the European supply chain from a developer's perspective?
Well, race to bottom has to stop, period. Yeah, we have growth targets, so we want to go up all as an industry together, and the colleagues already on the panel mentioned this here. There needs to be, to achieve this target, of course, a value creation overall to deliver this growth for the industry, but not to the least to say also for the local communities, for the stakeholders. So when we look at this from the outside, yeah, offshore is going to be the backbone in Europe of a green energy transition. And then you need to put the pieces of the puzzle now together, and overall it can be a win-win for the local communities, for the developers, last but not least for all contributing suppliers and infrastructure overall. So I think we need to be very clear that we are already on a very competitive level. We just now need to stop this race to the bottom because we want to go up and achieve the targets. And more precisely, from a developer's perspective, to build on what the colleagues already on the panel have said, I think the European market design is a very good proposal going in the right direction. I think now it's important to build on the learnings we had over the last years. Not to say also over the dynamics of the last year, where we were with the energy system in Europe more in a crisis mode, and to say how can we now stabilize that and translate that European market design into a framework which triggers investments. And therefore I think it's important that there is an indexation. It's also important that there is some kind of a CFD mechanism. And when it comes to qualitative criteria, sometimes called beauty criteria. I mean, they are beautiful, but be pragmatic, yeah? Think about what we want to achieve. If we want to have a build out, don't make it too complicated, because otherwise the industry again struggles to deliver. And if we are very clear and focused on that target, I think then you can put all those pieces of the puzzle together to a better holistic picture.
To bring it a bit more to the point, Danielle, we see and we hear here and there, and also Giles indicated that we all here in Europe, we want to see a European supply chain. Actually, do we need to have the freedom and to remain with the freedom to source from outside Europe?
Well, first of all, I think, in particular in this house here, I think we as a society, human mankind, I think we learned many lessons over the last couple of decades. And overall, I think it's important also to not always think in black or white. So it's not one or the other. Definitely also looking at the numbers and the struggles we have at the moment to step up and deliver, I think it's important that we also give us room for transformation. And in the long term, to have a vision to say we want to anchor the industry, which is the backbone of our energy system of the future in Europe, I fully sign up for this. Nevertheless, of course, to a vision, you need a few stepping stones to get there. And therefore, I would say the initial pieces they're putting on the table with the net zero deal, the Critical Raw Materials Act, etc., they are heading in the right direction. And now we need to build on that to have a pathway. But it's not a black and white, I pull the plug today and then I can deliver still tomorrow. This is not the case. And recently in our project, we have seen that.
Thank you. Pavel, how are you looking at the European supply chain, sub-suppliers, your own supply? Will it be key to be the European manufacturer, or are you feel yourself being the global manufacturer of offshore wind turbines?
Well, on one side, we are the global company and we have projects and customers all over the world. Of course, Europe was the first one, such countries like the UK, Germany, Denmark, now followed by the Netherlands, also in the Baltic Sea, Poland, and also other countries. But we are also present in APAC and in America. But on the other side, of course, here in Europe, we believe this market will be still very strong and there is a huge potential. So, of course, as I mentioned, we would like to stick to the European supply chain. We have already a few factories in Europe, in different countries, supplying different let's say, components. We do cooperate with various companies from different countries. I am personally from Poland, and I can give you a good example. In Poland, we have no single offshore wind turbine, but there are many companies, mainly tier 2, maybe not known, but they contribute already to offshore globally, and we source every year like different components for around 250 million euro from Poland. So you see that there are different opportunities, and we know from such special meetings like supplier days that we organize from time to time that there are more and more new companies who would like to jump to this train and join the offshore. So, of course, keen on continuing this offshore supply chain development in Europe. But as it was said, of course, certain preconditions are to be fulfilled. Yeah?
Okay, so I take from that, Pavel, you're not a big fan of local content requirements. You say, let the manufacturing will go where the market is.
Well, yes and no, because on the other side, we cannot go everywhere with the factory. It's not possible. There are, these components, there are bigger and bigger. It's also not easy to establish such a factory. But if we somehow create balanced supply chain, I think we can find the benefits for different countries and different, let's say, groups.
Super, thank you. Bas, getting back to the vessels, because we have spoken a lot about components. You have to lift and install those components. The wind turbines, the foundations, substations. you name it. Actually, do we have enough vessels? What do you think, as of today?
Today, just enough. And from our perspective, when looking at the supply chain, so if we look at the manufacturing that helps us to do what we are doing, then I can see that in the last 15 years, we've been working a lot with companies that are at the Baltic Sea. I just mentioned Weitere, manufacturer of our biggest crane, of our flagship vessel. In Poland, EPG, manufacturer of the secondary steel components for the Sost wind farm. Just recently, we picked up the last monopiles at EEW in Rostock for the Vesterhav project in Denmark. So I can continue with maybe 10 other examples. And that's in a situation where the projects are not in the Baltic Sea. Well, some, but most projects are outside the Baltic Sea. But now, this wave of offshore wind is coming to the Baltic Sea. So all these companies and all the additional companies that you just mentioned, Pavel, they have a huge opportunity to jump on that wave, surf that wave, to invest in new capacities, to invest in new innovations. That is a continuous process in this pioneering market. And when that's developed, you can easily export all those products outside the Baltic Sea region. So I think sky is the limit, and be positive and make it happen. That's my philosophy.
Super, and I can imagine, and thanks for that, Bas. I can imagine you have a few topics on your wish list when it comes to harbor. So before we go over to Jeppe, maybe a few thoughts from yourself, from experiences made with different harbors. What is helping you most, and what are you suffering from?
Yeah. Now we can talk for 2 hours, Manfred, on the topic of ports, and I think it's as Jeppe said, it's very important that we reach out early and that we bring onto the table our expertise, our side of the interface between installation contractor and port, and the port does the same. The port opens up about his investment plans, where we can provide some input and see the timing in relation to the upcoming projects. But if there's one thing, there's one extremely important thing when we talk about ports. And let me start by sketching a situation. We're going to build a big wind farm offshore. We're going to install 100 foundations, 100 turbines, more than 100 cables. So it's a lot of work, but it needs to be done fast because time is money. These offshore vessels are expensive, and the faster we install, the more competitive we are. Yeah? That's the target. So there, the port comes in. It's like Formula One. The port is our pit stop. Yeah, we want to be in and out of that port in 2.4 seconds. That's a little bit exaggerated, but we want to be in and out. We want to have priority right. We don't want to be waiting for a vessel that is laying on that quayside where we need to park, because we need to pick up those components quickly, safely, of course, but fast, and then move out again. And then the last topic, why is the port important for us? The port is our docking station. So it's not only the place where we actually pick up components, but it's our docking station. It's the place where we do our crew change. It's the place where we get fuel. We get onshore power, clean onshore power, so we don't do any emissions while we're in port. It's where we get fresh food and we get rid of our garbage. So it's a little bit our home, temporary home, during the construction of an offshore wind farm.
So, thank you. Jeppe, looking at that, can you fulfill the wish list from Bas? What is your experience made on the island of Bornholm? And what kind of experiences can you share? What kind of good practices and what is on your wish list?
Well, I hope and would like to say that we are able to fulfill. What is special about Bornholm is that there is no hinterland. So we can actually accommodate some of the needs that you mentioned, because there is not a lot of other actions going on with container terminals and big bulk terminals. We are focusing on what we are good at, and that is offshore wind for the time being. And we are very devoted into that. Therefore, I think we are able to support on many of these things because that's where we put our money.
And your wish list, Jeppe, what would be your request to governments, to lawmakers, to regulators to support your business, to support the offshore wind?
Well, first of all, I think, like the rest of the panel here, I think it would be nice if we could speed up the processes of getting acceptance and the jurisdiction around it could be speeded up. Also, for many of the ports, the investment that is needed, it's quite significant for port economy. So therefore, if there could be put some security from the governmentals into the building process, I think more ports would be willing to take the risk and actually build an installation port that would be suitable for offshore.
What is the actual capacity of the harbor of Rønne in terms of offshore wind?
Well, we currently have 250,000 square meters, and we are running the tendering this year for additional 100,000, so that will be 350,000. And my quick calculation tells that we can take about 30% when we have completed build out of the capacity needed in the Baltic Sea to meet the EU goals of 2050.
Okay. Pavel, what is on your list when it comes to marshalling harbors, installation harbors? Is there anything that you would like to request from a harbor like Rønne?
Well, if we look on the Baltic Sea, then right now, having in mind that we are developing these bigger turbines, then we will need more ports. At the moment, I think Rønne is a very good example, because this is the active port. Different installation year by year are done from this harbor, but we will need more. And we know that, for example, in Poland, there was such a long discussion on the governmental level that finally the investor decided to take this responsibility in their hands, and they are now working on the harbor in Świnoujście, because there was no kind of the general political decision which harbor is to be selected for the Polish offshore development. We know that, of course, other harbors like Weitere, that was also mentioned by Giles, are keen on entering into this market. So from our side, of course, we share the set of the requirements, what we will need from these harbors in respect to the infrastructure, quays, storage area, water depth, etc., all these parameters. And of course, we are also ready to consult and discuss based on the experiences from other sides. So I think we need the development, we need the stability to be able to plan certain projects, because sometimes it is on the developer side and sometimes the installation harbor is on our side, so we need to have the partner, we need to have also the freedom to select the best installation harbor for particular project. Apart of that, there are also operation and maintenance harbors that will be needed. Some of them are already in use, but we will need more. Luckily, these harbors or requirements for these harbors are not so sophisticated as and complex as for the installation harbors, which means also less investments needed. But at the end of the day, they are also needed because, for example, during installation time, we need to use them to exchange the crew, installation, commissioning, etc., and later on as a service base for the technicians. So, you know, plenty of work. We are open to share the requirements. We are open to discuss with the harbors, and all those that are interested, they need simply to make the decision and invest in the respective infrastructure to make it happen.
Yeah. Service harbors is an interesting topic. Niels, when it comes to service O&M of offshore wind farms, what can you tell us? What have you learned? What are there some lessons learned when it comes to service harbors? What are your requirements? How can they best be fulfilled?
Well, I mean, we have a big challenge to get the right number of skilled people activated. It's a big number we have to work on. We also discussed it this morning. The governments can be very helpful. There is this, for instance, European Commission with the Pact for Skills, which can all be very helpful to let's say, create the right preconditions for us to grow the number of service technicians at a rapid pace. What we are specifically looking in, of course, is intensifying education, let's say rescaling and upscaling people who also come from the traditional, the fossil fuel environment. For instance, in Poland, we have examples where we rescale people who worked in the coal mines to become service technicians. I also read, there was an interesting initiative in Poland that Ukrainian refugees were reskilled into service technicians. And actually together, Manfred, we have a joint service hub at the island of Rügen where we also educate our service people together. I mean, if you look at Germany, for instance, just numbers again, Daniela, we triple the number of trainees. We have tripled also the training programs, and we do that around the Baltic Sea. But still, I mean, one of the biggest bottlenecks we will face is to get the right number of skilled peoples in time activated.
Thank you, Niels. That is exactly the topic I like to talk with all of you about. Finally, that is indeed the workforce, the workers, skilled workers we all will need to plan, to build, and last but not least, to operate the wind farms. And can we maybe go around a bit the panel here? What is it that you think should be done in order to increase the number of available skilled people to our industry? Any ideas? Bring it open. Let's open discuss and come with some brilliant ideas. Jeppe, if I look at you, Bornholm might be a bit even more difficult as an island to attract people to live. I can imagine that cost of living are rather on the higher part end of the range on a holiday island like Bornholm. How do you get skilled people to Bornholm?
Well, we do it in cooperation with the local business center. We are making sure that they get needed certifications, or at least they have the possibility to. We are making sure that the companies that are involved in the offshore business are getting the certificates needed so that they can lift the assignments that the customers in the port are asking for, and thereby we make sure. We also, one of the reasons why we are building out to the size that we are, is because we want to be able to run 2 executive projects at the same time. And by doing that, we are almost secure that there will be no gaps in between. And therefore, the companies that are going to invest quite heavily in education, they are able to keep their manpower on the island instead of them going abroad and finding other business where they can use the certificate.
So business continuity to ensure that they find enough work to stay constantly on your island.
Exactly.
Pavel, what is the idea of Siemens Energy, or Siemens Gamesa, sorry, to attract people to work in the offshore wind business?
Well, I can maybe give one idea and then one good example. Yeah? So one idea is that if you open the map on one of the EU official web pages with the just transition areas, where there could be certain funds for these areas to train, to finance somehow reskilling of people from different, let's say, businesses into renewable, also offshore, then you see there are many areas in the countries around Baltic Sea where you can use these funds. And we need to be aware that there are different type of people there. There are people who have no idea what offshore is. They do not speak English, which is kind of the mandatory requirement. Nobody asks you if you speak, but how you speak English, right, in offshore world. people who have never seen the turbine. So, but on the other side, there are also people that are skilled in different businesses, but with a certain set of trainings could really fast accommodate and start working for the offshore business, especially that in our world, construction of the offshore wind farm is a very complex story, and you need people with different skills and with different, let's say, know-how. So I think one idea could be that there are certain programs to teach people with basic skills like English, but also then, I don't know, basic trainings, EHS, kind of the promotional campaign, what offshore wind really is. And then with this, after such basic trainings with some basic skills learned, they could be then hired by different companies from the supply chain, which anyway need to train them in line with the processes and rules that are valid in particular companies. So this is one idea. And one good example from the Baltic Sea region is Gdańsk in Poland, where after we have won a few projects in this region, we have analyzed the market and decided to open. We name it like Baltic Sea Offshore Execution Hub or Center, which is simply the office. And since 1 year, we've been hiring people, more than 40 or 50 right now. They all will work as different experts, like documentation experts, project manager, commercial, logistics, for offshore wind projects. Right now on those that are realized by us, not in Poland, but on different countries. But from the very beginning, idea is that we will use this center, this hub for the regional. So, and we are very surprised because for different positions, we receive many CVs, many applications, and really good people. And again, even though there is no single offshore wind turbine in Poland, we have people from other industries that can really, after a certain training, fast accommodate and realize, participate in the construction of such projects. So this is a very good sign that there is potential in those countries, and there are different opportunities to win such people. Yeah?
Super. Thank you, Pavel. Danielle, looking at the developer angle, also quite a number of people are actually working for RWE in the offshore wind sector. What is your experience? What is on your wish list in terms of skilled people?
Well, not on the wish list, but rather guiding thought. Think global, act local. I mean, Europe overall needs to be attractive. And we just discussed it for the investment environment, where we said what we need to set right. Same is for the famous war for talent and the upskilling of our industry when it comes to workforce. So we need to put that into perspective of a global build-out context, where I have the true belief Europe has been always leading in the build-out of renewables. We are the veterans in the offshore wind industry. So here we are in a perfect position to take the next steps up and to act in the sense also local, because as I mentioned, a project is in the end a very, very local engagement with stakeholders, with the communities, and there to understand also what are the needs, but also what are the opportunities. It depends, of course, a bit on the industry you have already there. Potentially there's a phase out of a certain industry or a certain skill set where we can blend in. And there I would call for us, and there RWE is a good example, we need to apply the same pragmatism we call out to the regulators and policymakers to ourselves. You will not always find the perfect talent. You will not always have a vast and large pool of already skilled and trained technicians. So therefore, I think overall the investment as such in the local community and thinking a bit beyond that is very important. So to have an early intake via graduates, via international graduate schemes, but also via technician schools and education centers, So there we have, also as Pavel already mentioned, for the OEMs, also as developers and for RWE already very good examples. And now we need to take a step up and take all those different good examples and really gain attractiveness again to beat here also in this global game and make Europe here again leading when it comes to attracting talents and skills.
Super, thank you so much. Bas, let me go to you directly. The installation contracting is quite an international business. Your vessels, you told us, can sail all over the world. How do you find the skilled people, and has Europe an advantage in getting skilled people, or where do you see Europe in the global context?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I agree with the fact that it's hard to find people. We have a lot of vacancies. We hire a lot of people, but still not enough. So first thing is we need to work very hard to attract people and to really think creatively how to attract people. Because if you think about Europe, you know, how many people are we? 450 million or something? You know, they're almost all skilled, whether theoretically skilled or practically skilled. But we have a lot of capabilities here, and good work spirits. So I feel it's a marketing topic. Need to be able to connect to many more people. To take the example that you explained, that people from other businesses become aware of that there's a thing like offshore wind, because most people don't know. We all know, but most people don't. I found out. So putting a lot of energy in marketing, and we've got a great story to tell, because all these fantastic machines that are manufactured by the OEMs, or the ports, or the job as being a developer, or being out there on an installation vessel when the sun is shining and you're installing a wind turbine. There are no better days than those, you know. So we've got the best jobs in the world. We just have to spread it.
Promote them. Super. That's the first step of it. Niels, let me phrase the question a bit different to you. I like to talk about what is heard all over, the new work model, the new work culture. And you as a Dane, and Denmark in particular, Vestas, is well known for a very modern and attractive way of working. What can Europe learn from Denmark, or from Vestas in particular, when it comes to working culture?
That's a good question, Manfred. Well, I guess it's also like Bas said. I mean, we have to sell a marketing story. And of course you have to make it a reality. So one of the strategic priorities within my region is to create a great place to work. And now we talk about blue collar, white collar, all employees. I think what we learn from a Scandinavian country like Denmark is flexibility, which is really important. I would say clearly also after we came out of the pandemic, it is clear that and we have a lot of discussions and also agreements with our Works Council. We have to adapt the way we work. I guess we all are faced with that. That people now want to find a balance between working from home and working in the office, for instance. But again, also for technicians to create more flexibility. I think that's for sure something we work hard on. We also adapt our offices to that, and of course find agreements with the representatives of our employees. And another thing is not specific for Denmark, but for all of us, and Bas also referred to that, to really touch upon the purpose. I mean, in the end, and let's never forget about that, it's highly inspirational what we do. The work we do will contribute to save this planet. And that's deep in the DNA of Vestas. And that's something which, of course, is fantastic to bring to the outside world. And also through that, be an attractive employer. And then when people feel that inspiration, also create a great place to work.
Super. That's super. So doing something meaningful That might be a good closing remark for our panel session. Let's all promote offshore wind. I think time is gone so far. Give me a sign, is time gone? That would be then the opportunity for all you in the dear audience. So if there is a question, and I see the first hands raising there, please feel free. Just wait for the micro, it's coming.
Thank you. My name is Loyal Campbell. I work at the German Council on Foreign Relations on Energy and Resource Policy. My question is not relating to my work, but actually the work that I did previously. So before I moved to Europe, I worked for 5 years in the Canadian oil field as a drilling rig hand. So I actually worked as a physical laborer and a field technician installing and fracking all throughout Western Canada. And my question to you is, how do you, if the average laborer is not concerned about saving the planet, they're just concerned about having an income and going home to their family and providing for them, how do you connect with them to recruit them for these kinds of industries? Because I think that there's a very, very big gap in Europe on the prestige associated with work. Everyone wants to be that lawyer in Brussels, everyone wants to be that accountant, everyone wants to have that high finance degree, that engineering degree, but how do you recruit people to be welders, pipe fitters, and electricians? How do you change the marketing and the rhetoric around those jobs? Because I think in Europe they're generally not glorified, and those kinds of people are needed en masse to do this kind of work. So that would be my question to you.
Who likes to take that question and have an idea of an answer?
Well, part of it is what we very actively do in Germany. Germany is also a big service organization. We have around 1,000 people in our service organization. Is that we have a trainee program from a very young age. And there's a double effect there. Of course, we can make use of talent in an early stage and develop them according to the demands of our industry. But we also learned that people which connect, and that's nowadays also a big challenge, connects in early stage to us, stay longer with us. So we invest a lot in growing trainee programs for technical schools at early age. And those, I mean, it's a dual, you will know the German word, I think, how you pronounce it rightly. But it is young people with technical skills who go to school, but also part-time work with Vestas. And eventually then, when they're done with the education, they become a full-time technician.
Danielle, would you like to add?
Yeah, and just to build on this, I think in particular when we talk about blue-collar workers, so to say, I think it's important to have that as key part of the DNA and the company culture, as you rightly so pointed out. That might not be from the outside the most valued job or the most kind of glossy job you see on stage or in a story, but in the end it's the backbone of the operations, of the construction. And with that, we as a developer came in early to say this is part of our DNA with all the framework, including taking care and the looking after health and safety, but to say we want to also do operations on our own and contribute with that to a potential either education, but also reskilling and upskilling, because in the end these two are needed for the long run. Yeah, this industry is growing. We heard all the numbers, 4 times, 10 times what we need more in Baltics. We triple the capacity within 7 years. I mean, this is like really blowing our minds, but we need to deliver on that. And therefore, I think we need to be also prudent in how we are now contributing with reskilling programs to make this industry more attractive.
Yes, Pavel, please.
So one example I can give you, I think in March or anyway, this year there was such a big event organized again in Gdańsk, not by us, but by some organization. It was called Offshore Wind 2023, where they brought literally 5,000 pupils, students from secondary schools, technical schools, but also general schools. And there were different companies, developers, suppliers of different services, of components, and there were different presentation shows, also some gadgets, you know, for the kids, yeah, to attract them, to show them what it really is, and what type of skills we will need. And not all people are the directors, salesmen, whatever. We will also need people who will work in the harbors, who will work on the turbine, who will work on the construction in the factories. So I think this is a very good example how to somehow see it, how to present this idea, the industry, to very young people who will soon make the decisions. And honestly, I have 3 kids, teenagers, and I see completely different approach to such topics like climate, like environment, versus me and my generation when we were at their age. So I see there is a hope in the next generations. Yeah?
I cannot agree more, and maybe I can add one thing that we here in Germany have invented decades ago, which is called the dual apprenticeship or duale Berufsausbildung, which is a scheme here in Germany that is used to train blue-collar workers, also partly white-collar workers, but mainly have invented to train blue-collar workers in a dual system, school teaching and practice work, to get young people addicted to handcraft works, blue-collar work, etc. And that might be something that also states in the Baltic may consider to implement in their countries to get the skilled workforce in place the sooner the better. Are there further questions? One more.
Thank you, Dora Pirz. I'm with BDEW, the German Energy Industry Association. Thanks for illustrating the challenge of transforming an idling, loss-making industry into a performing again industry that is supposed to meet the huge, ambitious targets politicians have set themselves, basically. So my question is, have they talked to you sufficiently in the process of setting these targets? Because the big risk is if they set the bar too high, other competitors outside of Europe might be in a better position to profit from the expected bonanza in the market, that they in the end have the competitive edge in order to gain the upper hand long term. Thank you.
Who wants to answer to that? Danielle, do you have an idea?
I can give it a start. So overall, I think the dialogue is very good. And policymakers, regulators also have learned many lessons over the last decade, where we saw kind of peaks of growth and then setbacks, as we nicely saw in the illustrated numbers at the beginning by Giles, where we had really a year of almost no investment taken in the whole of Europe. So I would say overall the dialogue is very good. Still, the roles are also clear. I mean, we line up our experience and also show and indicate what is needed now to translate the targets into a solid policy and delivery framework. In the end, the target setting policymakers are, of course, then need to orchestrate all stakeholders and make that also work to translate it into, in the end, into a regulation. However, overall, I said there's a constant dialogue. In particular, I understood you come from BDEW. I mean, Wind Europe is here also the leading wind association in Europe to also drive and facilitate that dialogue on a European basis. So I would say to your answer, in short, yes.
Pavel, maybe you can add something.
And again, I like examples. So 2 examples. One positive is that that some administration, which are, I believe, triggered by the government itself, and especially, I don't know, Danish, Dutch, they organize and they share the know-how about offshore with the countries where this offshore wind is not yet developed. So there are many delegations, many reference trips, visits in the factories, visits in the harbors organized by this government, by this administration, for the representatives from the countries that are not yet there, like Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, even Poland, who is not yet with the established running market. On the other side, what we as industry do not like is the instability. So there are some rules, and suddenly the government changes, accelerates certain decisions or certain processes. This makes some problems on our side, and of course, if we could avoid this, then during the dialogue and discussions with the representatives of different governments, then this would be great. Yeah.
Is there anything to be added, or is it should be fine? Okay. Thank you. Thank you for listening, dear audience, dear panelists. Thanks for your contribution, your clever ideas being shared with the audience. Maybe a big applause to the podium here. Thank you.
Dear guests, I am so glad to see you all enjoying the coffee break, but I would kindly ask you to join me again now in the beautiful Weltsaal as we would like to resume our program. Please come and take your seats. We're going to start our program in just a minute. Welcome back, dear guests. I'm going to do a very slow start, so we'll give our other guests who are still hanging out in the coffee area a couple more minutes to come into the room and take their seats. I know this is the hardest part of the day when you've already had a lot of exciting input and everybody's in mid-discussion, then kind of to resume your seats. But I promise we have very important and interesting program points still in store for you, and then of course a double reception, so there will be plenty more time for networking and conversations. And I want to thank you all for making your way back here to the beautiful Weltsaal. So I very much hope that you have enjoyed the lunch break as well as your breakout sessions. Yes, I saw most of you having very intense conversations throughout the last hours, so I'm assuming that it's been a very fruitful time. As the rest of you, I was also only able to take part in one of the breakout sessions, so what we want to do now for the next 10 minutes is to have a little bit of a joint reflection and take a look at the conversations that happened in both the breakout sessions so that you all informed what happened in both rooms. This is why I have the pleasure of inviting the moderators of those breakout sessions to join me on stage here now. Please give another, if you were here in the Weltsaal earlier, then another round of applause to Manfred Dittmar, Country Manager Germany at Parkwind and Executive Vice President at World Forum Offshore Wind, and also an equally big round of applause to Katharina Umfenbach, Director Infrastructure and Energy System at the German Energy Agency dena, who was hosting the session in the Europasaal. Do you want to join me on this side? Here's a microphone for you, and here's one for you. So I am very interested I was more in your breakout session than I was in your breakout session, so I'm very interested to learn what the key points of discussion were, and would like to begin you to summarize what you talked about in the Europasaal, please.
Thank you. Well, we looked at the concrete projects, the concrete cross-border projects that were alluded to this morning, but we looked at them in more detail and discussed what it takes to take them towards actual investment decision. We discussed regulation as a key prerequisite, And we covered the role of overarching planning. And finally, the question of how can we integrate electricity and hydrogen infrastructures.
Thank you very much. That was a very quick summary because I know you had a very rich discussion. Manfred, you also covered a lot of important topics. I just caught a few glimpses. Would you also summarize the key points of discussion for me and the guests, please?
Yes, of course, of course. The session we had was about the supply chain, and we started to name a few challenges that we see at the horizon in 2030. And of course, it is about the manufacturing capacities, it's about the installation capacities, it's the workforce and the supporting infrastructure like harbors. And we got some interesting numbers I like to share with all of you, because it just explains a bit the challenge we are facing ahead. We can today produce around 600 monopile foundations and jacket foundations a year. We have to build 1,500 per year in the year 2030. So we need to more than double our annual production capacities in foundations. For wind turbines, even more. Actually, as of today, we have a production capacity in Europe of approximately 7 gigawatt annual production capacity. By the year 2030, we need to have 30 gigawatt annual production capacity. Just to explain a bit the order of magnitude. And it continues with the number of vessels. By the year 2030, we need to have an incredible number of 56 additional vessels, foundation installation vessels, turbine installation vessels, and service operation maintenance vessels. In total, additional 56 turbines.
So important to quantify in order to understand if we are going to be able to meet our goals in the energy transition. Of course, now the big question is, are we going to make it? I would love for you to both also share what your main takeaways are from the conversation. Maybe this time I can ask you to begin, Manfred, and maybe you can tie it a little bit to the question. Did you also discuss on the panel, will we reach these numbers and goals?
Yeah, there were some exciting topics and statements made. And let me start with one very important one. We had one turbine manufacturer who was stating that the turbines will not become the bottleneck. They will be able to increase the capacity to build turbines. However, an important point was made. This short product circle times that we see at the moment every other year, the next generation of turbine. That need to stop, and we need to industrialize the production capacities. We will also find the skilled workforce that we need to build, to plan, to build and to operate our wind farms. But we need to act clever, and we need to tell especially the young people that they can do something meaningful if they work in our industry. Let's continue and increase our efforts to promote offshore wind as an attractive workplace for skilled people, blue collar, white collar, you name it. Last but not least, we spoke about the harbors, and we learned that harbors are more than just points where you pick up things. The vessel operators, they call it a temporary home. This is where you pick up people, stuff, food and drinks and everything, and not only the components. And we had to learn that we need both harbors to install, but also harbors to operate the wind farms for service and maintenance. And the existing harbor infrastructure, especially further up the Baltic Sea, is not yet in a stage where it needs to be.
Thank you. Really important insights that you shared there. And of course, great to hear a hopeful outlook, both from an industry and personnel perspective. Katharina, can I also ask you, what were your key takeaways, the panel, but also maybe you personally to bring you home from today?
Yes, of course, cross-border projects and hybrid projects that integrate interconnectors and offshore landing lines are hugely complicated projects to get off the ground. And we discussed a number of ingredients that need to be in place to make that happen. But one key takeaway was, let's just get started, right? So let's get a few concrete projects where investment actually starts and build out from there. There was a clear statement that the demand, for instance, for hydrogen is building up. So once the projects will be there will also be takers for the product. I think that was quite a hopeful message. Of course, we still need quite a number of conditions to be in place for this to happen. And one key thing, as I already mentioned, was regulation, permitting procedures in particular. The plea was to get relatively simple regulations in place so the building can begin. And then we discussed the role of integrated planning. So this grid in the Baltic Sea, do we need to look from a bird's eye and think about what the target grid could be? There were quite diverse opinions on that point. Some said, let's just get started and let the market decide. Others said a combination of backward planning, so we take our targets that we have for the long term and look at the grid infrastructure that we need for that. It needs to be combined with forward planning based on the concrete projects that are already there. And one last point, we talked about the vision again, about we know that things are evolving all the time, but what's our vision for, let's say, 2050, 2060? And I think a very interesting point for me personally was the plea not to go for more quantitative. It's not all about gigawatts and the number of hubs we might have in a mesh grid. It's really also about the qualities that this grid will then deliver. One is it could deliver for or it should deliver for biodiversity. As the Baltic Sea is our treasure, I think was said this morning. It should deliver, of course, resilience, and the meshed grid, like a spider grid where you have more connection, is one way to get there. And finally, it should deliver stable and relatively low prices to consumers in the region, because that's really then, you know, what brings the acceptance and the momentum to go further.
Absolutely, and great to hear that you had such a holistic discussion and perspective on these topics. I want to thank you both very much for summarizing your discussions with me. Let's have another big round of applause for Katharina and Manfred, please. I'll take your microphones. So, dear guests, I just want to point this out. Some of the best seats in the house are free right up here, in case you're hanging out in the back and you want to move a little bit closer. Don't be shy. I promise we won't have any audience participation that's not purely voluntary. So just wanted to bring this to your attention. And now I would like to hand over the stage in just a moment to the moderator of our final panel for today. So in the morning, and in my very opening remarks, I pointed out that the Baltic Sea countries really want to accelerate their collaboration, and that's what this panel is going to focus on now. How can we work together with the limited space of the Baltic Sea to really make large-scale development of offshore wind happen? This panel is going to be moderated by Carina Würz, the Managing Director of the Foundation Offshore Wind Energy. A big round of applause for Carina, please.
Thank you. So, thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm glad to be here. I'm very honored to be the person to moderate the final panel. And I'm well aware that I am sort of the last obstacle between you and the fun part. So we will try to keep it as sharp and as hands-on as possible. So I start with introducing my fellow panelists, Rüdiger Strempe. He joins us from Finland since 2019. He's secretary at HELCOM, the Baltic Marine Environment Protection Commission. He has a legal background, worked in various executive roles with focus on marine environmental protection with Federal Ministry of Economics here in Berlin, at the United Nations. Oh, Berlin was wrong? Okay. And at the Common Water Sea Secretariat. Please welcome Rüdiger. Then Mattia Cecchinato, he joins us today from Brussels. He's senior advisor on offshore wind topics at Wind Europe since 2018, with a working background at the EU Commission and at the Environmental Protection Agency in Veneto, Italy. Then Timo Tata, he joins us from Estonia. He's Deputy Secretary General for Energy and Mineral Resources at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and has already been presented today in some other form. Yeah? And as I understand, you already have a background also, a professional background in energy generation, right? Yeah. So then Bo Oksberg, I hope I pronounced that. Okay, joins us from Denmark today. Glad that you're here. CEO and Secretary General of WWF Denmark since 2017, previously in various management roles in corporate social responsibility and communication. And last but certainly not least, Roderick Hoekstra, 12 years experience in coastal engineering, senior consultant at Delta Res from the Netherlands, and today here in his function as project manager at the Project United. Now, I think Rüdiger has prepared some impulse for us. We will start with that, and then we will kickstart our discussion. Thank you, Rüdiger.
Thank you, Karina, and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for having me. I'm very pleased to be here today, and I hope you'll pardon me for starting this presentation on a slightly somber note, and maybe we could have the first slide, because I will recall to you something, and the next slide, please. I'll recall to you something that, of course, you all know, and that's the fact that we're faced with a triple planetary crisis. We're faced with the crisis of climate change. I hardly need to mention that. We're faced with the crisis of pollution. We're faced with the crisis of biodiversity loss, and many of you will have heard the term sixth mass extinction, which sort of delineates exactly the magnitude of the problem we're facing. In addition to that, in our region certainly, and in the current geopolitical crisis, we're also faced with the threat, at least, of an energy crisis. Now, this triple planetary crisis, of course, is not just a planetary crisis, it actually affects us very directly and concretely also in our region, in the Baltic Sea region. And it also exemplifies actually one of the fundamental dilemmas of environmental policy and environmental protection, because unfortunately, measures that may help to achieve one objective and address one of the facets of this triple crisis may be less than helpful and possibly even downright harmful in addressing other facets of this crisis. So we know that, of course, we need a massive uptick in renewable energy to address the climate issue and also the energy crisis. But at the same time, the infrastructure needed for that purpose can have a negative impact on the environment, on the ecosystem. And of course, pollution is another factor, so I'm not going to go into detail here, which means that we need to reconcile the various objectives, the sub-objectives of the overall objective we're trying to achieve. And that's all the more the case, of course, in as small and crowded a sea as the Baltic Sea. It's a very small region, it's a semi-enclosed sea with a lot of coastal countries and a very vibrant and dynamic economy. So that was the somber part. It's now going to get brighter because, in fact, there is an instrument that can help us tackle this challenge of reconciling these various elements, these various factors. And that instrument is Maritime Spatial Planning, MSP. So it's a process to support the integrated management of sea-based human activities. And there's more good news because actually the Baltic Sea region is considered a front runner when it comes to maritime spatial planning. It's been something that's been on the agenda in our region for a long time. And we have a number of organizations that I could mention here. I will mention two because we have two organizations that deal with this when it comes to environmental issues. We have VASAB, Visions and Strategies Around the Baltic Sea, established in 1994. Transboundary MSP, Maritime Spatial Planning, is in their DNA. It's what they do. They have a massive expertise, and this expertise is very beneficial in addressing these issues in the Baltic Sea region. And then there's the organization that I represent, HELCOM, the Helsinki Commission, which looks at things specifically from the environmental side. And more good news, these two organizations actually cooperate. And if we could move on to the next slide. We've done so for a long time, and we do so in a variety of ways, but one of the ways we do so, and one of the very concrete ways, is a joint HELCOM-WASAP Maritime Spatial Planning Working Group, which was established already back in 2010, has a mandate at the moment up to 2030. It's co-chaired, and it's a forum for regional transboundary and cross-sectoral dialogue for coherent regional maritime spatial planning processes in the Baltic Sea. And it has actually produced some very substantial output. I will not go into detail. This is a very busy slide. I won't go into all the detail. Let me just highlight a couple of things. There is, first of all, the Basemaps map service, which contains maritime spatial planning data, which can be used for maritime spatial planning and are very helpful and are openly accessible. And we have a regional maritime spatial planning roadmap, 2021 to 2030, which is the successor actually of a previous roadmap, which dated back to 2013 and had a target year of 2020. The first roadmap was basically about establishing maritime spatial plans. The second roadmap now is about implementing them, and this is something that we do jointly also. The Maritime Spatial Roadmap was adopted jointly by HELCOM and WASAP. So as you can see, a lot is going on, and the environmental facets of this, the environmental aspects of this are being taken into consideration. If I could have the next slide, please. So there's a lot of supporting regional policy work here. From the HELCOM side, our central program of action is the Baltic Sea Action Plan, which was adopted at the Lübeck Ministerial Meeting in 2021. It contains 199 actions, and the question is always, why wasn't it 200? And the answer is, I don't know. We should have made it to 200, we only made it to 199. But several of these are dedicated specifically to maritime spatial planning, and of course, quite a few of them are also dedicated to climate change, to biodiversity protection, and so on. This is our central program of action. We also have supporting programs that deal with these issues. For instance, we have the EMSP NBSR project. That's a lot of letters, alphabet soup. It's about emerging ecosystem-based maritime spatial planning topics in the North and Baltic Sea region. Very, very important because it keeps us on top of developments. There's the MSP4 Bio product, which is about improved science-based maritime spatial planning to safeguard and restore biodiversity in a coherent European MPA network, Horizon funded, so funded by the European Union. REMAP, reviewing and evaluating the monitoring and assessment of maritime spatial planning, which is an Interreg funded project. So you can see that between HELCOM and WASAP and other partners, of course, also in the region, we are tackling this issue. We're trying to reconcile the various sub-objectives of the overall objective, and that, I think, is good news, and it's something we can build on, and it's something which makes us a front runner globally, and it's something that we have to take seriously. It's not just something we can build on, it's something we must build on in seeking to achieve our objectives. And finally, before I close, and I think I've already talked for too long, I would like to invite you to join our event, Strengthening Ecosystem-Based Approach in MSP and Supporting Sustainable Blue Economy, which takes place from 13th to 15th June in beautiful Helsinki, and it's open. So you will find information on the website also, and you're all welcome to join that. Your expertise would be much needed there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rüdiger. I think that has been a lot of impulse in a very short time frame. So, yeah, MSP, marine spatial planning, we know that this is absolute key also for offshore development. And I mean, today we are talking about acceleration of offshore wind targets. Now, how does that fit to each other? Germany took 12 years to build 8 gigawatts of offshore installation. How can we speed that up? How can others learn from our experiences and perhaps avoid mistakes that we made? And we think definitely one key takeaway is that maritime spatial planning, including all the various stakeholders with their competing interests in the maritime space, is absolute key. Now, Mattia, you have been overseeing maritime spatial planning in various European member countries now for quite some time. What are your key takeaways, your best practices and lessons learned that you want to share with us?
Thank you, Karina. Yeah, happy to bring indeed the European wind industry perspective. First, we are very happy with the maritime spatial planning for the outcome of this first round of maritime special plans that member states have just submitted, and for the process itself. So for the outcome, we've been assessing all the various maritime special plans with the support of our national association, looking purely from the offshore wind energy perspective. So in simple terms, how much space has been allocated for offshore wind. Now the total figure, cumulative, excluding really those few countries that were late submitting their plans, so Italy, Greece, Portugal, and few Balkans country, member states across EU, so excluding the UK, allocated around 52,000 square kilometers for offshore wind, which should cover more or less 220 gigawatt of offshore wind. Now, this is great news. All the countries that we assessed managed to allocate enough areas to reach their current 2030 targets. When I say current, I mean the official last, coming from the last round of the National Energy and Climate Plan. So in terms of space, we're very happy. We have been discussing with the national associations. These areas present mostly favorable conditions, of course, with some divergence country by country, but most in the North Sea and Baltic Sea, we do have good conditions. And in most cases, also, these areas have been already discussed, at least with the stakeholders. It doesn't mean that they've been always free up by any conflict. In fact, maybe if we want to narrow down 1 second in the Baltics, we do expect some conflicts with defense activities, very delicate indeed in the Baltic. And of course, we also need to keep in mind, I guess, as we will discuss later, that member states still have not allocated the 30% of maritime protected areas as for the biodiversity strategy. In terms of the process, again, we were also quite happy because MSP basically reinforced zoning. So basically, member states had to define what will happen where and under which conditions. And zoning is beneficial for most sectors at sea, offshore wind in premise, but also nature protection, I believe. So it seems all good, but maybe I'm going to close it with one important remark. Securing space, allocating space is not enough. Now we're really pushing and waiting for member states to do next steps, which is the tender timeline. So what will happen where and under which technology for those countries, counting on both floating and bottom fixed. But this is tremendously important for the supply chain to prepare the manufacturing capacity, and ports, as I guess we'll have time to discuss later, especially too.
Thank you very much. That have been a lot of important keywords, and I'm sure Bo will later on comment on zoning and the nature restoration plans. I would like to zoom in on what you just mentioned with regards to industry policies. Now we are speaking about a very, very small area, the Baltic Sea, where a lot of actors actually have to get together to find common ground and perhaps also to realize some synergies. Now, Timo, I think you have some perfect examples of synergies across borders, both in manufacturing and also in generation, and I think also in matching examples of uneven demand and supply potential. So perhaps you would like to elaborate on that one.
Yes, so first of all, it is an honor to be here, and I can assure you that the best seats in the room is here on the stage, so not there, so come closer. But indeed, yes, I think the story of Estonian maritime special planning, I hope, is a successful story. So it was a process which took us quite a long time, 5 years, and we finally managed to adopt the spatial planning last year in May. And right now, as Wind Europe is saying, we are doing exactly the same. So we are right now in a process of tendering out the areas. So it has just started, and I hope that new areas will be available end of this year for the developers. And in fact, you are also very well informed that we selected, in our case, the approach that we didn't link the areas designed or dedicated for offshore wind to our domestic need. So we clearly saw that that this is a resource in Estonia, the offshore area, which is not useful not only for Estonia, but we should look the larger picture. So because Estonia in fact is, well, a owner of 10% of Baltic Sea territory, and that would be a pity if we would use it only for our own domestic needs. So in fact, I think the areas in Estonian case, they are roughly 2,500 square kilometers. So I made a quick calculation that if altogether there was 52,000 square kilometers, then roughly 5% of the areas are from Estonia. So we are clearly punching above our weight here on that matter. But I'm also agree that one thing is sort of locating the areas, but I think the next stage might become even more difficult, how to really find the model how those areas are put into the use. So, and this is the next stage for us as well. This is the reason why a few hours ago in a second room we had a nice ceremony of signing of letter of intent where the subject is a building or considering a interconnection between Baltic states, Estonia and Germany, because we at our end of the Baltic Sea are in a situation where we have abundant, well, areas and not that much of domestic demand. At this end of the Baltic Sea, the situation is vice versa, so that the areas are quite scarce and the demand is abundant almost. So it is only logical to seek whether those two areas can somehow be connected. So, and this is the next stage where we put a lot of efforts, because that is only making sense for Europe. Thanks.
Yeah, just on that one as well, you're certainly right. Our domestic energy needs outweigh our maritime spatial areas by far in Germany. Is there the business case? Are all preconditions met so that we can now just start?
Well, this is the next step which we have to find out. So if we are not posing ourselves the questions, if we are not creating a concept, then we never find out. So clearly it is not that sort of straightforward. I think we have to be creative here. There is a good example of North Sea where such interconnections are happening. So, and clearly we have to learn from the good example of North Sea and try to copy the best practices and see what comes up. So, because, you know, what do we have to lose? So, well, not much. So we can see and really work and put efforts in to really figure it out whether it is doable or not. So clearly the business case is different. So the demand is more on one side, not on our end, which means that, you know, the big elephant in the room is the cost redistribution there. So, well, but we have to, you know, investigate the elephant and quite closely and see whether we can somehow guide the elephant out of the room. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, the elephant in the room is the grid. Yeah. Okay, Mattia, we have just already touched upon the matter of some factors that need to be there in order to boost our offshore wind installation targets, to really realize them. And some factors are clearly easier to be scaled up than others. Like speaking about ports, Manfred Dittmar already had that to some extent covered in his fantastic forum. Are our ports in the Baltic ready for takeoff? And could there be any synergies in cooperation between countries?
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we discussed this also at the previous breakout session here in this room. Indeed, we expect bottlenecks in ports availability space. It's the main concern for ports, those that potentially have space still needs to attract investments in order to expand. As certain other ports, they also don't have space. And so it really becomes more and more important finding synergies and partnership potentially between ports. I guess the best example we have is between maybe Esbjerg and Eemshaven, so the Danish and Dutch ports. And I mean, we as Wind Europe, we also engage a lot with them. They really create synergies at every level. At CEO level, their CEOs, they meet and they talk about strategies and how to carry on from the technical level. So really sharing technical, geotechnical, and nautical expertise. And of course, also practical in actually servicing wind farms. We have seen the Hornsea in the UK, but also Kaskasi here in Germany, where I believe the foundations were coming from Eemshaven and the turbines and the nacelles were coming from Esbjerg. So this is the kind of initiatives that ports now really are exploring, because we need to share operation logistics to kind of support each other and the common European goal of having those installations. Partnerships can also push, go a bit beyond. We also have another interesting example, for example, between the Port of Amsterdam and the Port of A Coruña. And this is in the context of, decarbonization/hydrogen. I mean, ports have a huge potential of becoming renewable energy hubs. They are often close to the landing points for offshore wind. They have experience in managing alternative fuels and other substances, and they will really want to be front runners for that. And Amsterdam and A Coruña are already creating partnerships on how to involve local companies for the production and distribution of hydrogen and also alternative fuels. But maybe as we are in the context of maritime special planning, indeed, I would like to remark especially the important tender timelines, because for ports it's not enough to know the next tender to justify their investments. We are talking about huge investment, hundreds of millions, and I mean they need to have a business models that go beyond just servicing one single wind farm, and this kind of blur that is beyond is really not helping them, and they are struggling to, in some cases, to justify their own internal investment decisions in order to upgrade, upscale, and in some cases even building new terminals.
I totally agree. They just lack transparency on their project pipeline. You've been so patient. Thank you very much. With all these installation targets around, I mean, every day pops up a new target, apparently, in a very limited and vulnerable area. One could sometimes feel to get a bit dizzy, do you?
Well, I do feel a little dizzy, but still able to keep our bearings.
So how can we ensure effective nature protection in this area?
Yeah, so first off, we at WWF, we welcome these initiatives. We believe that a huge part of the ocean surface should be used for wind farms. And we also believe that they can be constructed in a way that they will actually, in many instances, be able to improve, you could say, the state of the nature in these areas. This, however, does not mean that it's a protected area. I think that's perhaps the biggest challenge we have right now, is that we have seen a lot, not every country, but most of the countries have made their marine spatial planning. A lot of them do not meet the 30% protected area requirement. A lot of these governments say, they say, yes, but it's an average for the whole of the European Union. So we're going to put up a little more wind farms, and then someone else has to deliver on the nature side. And that's the challenge we have here. So we need to make sure that if we set aside a lot of space for renewable energy, we also need to make sure that we deliver on the space for nature. And there should be plenty of space for that.
That's great to hear. You just mentioned that you can also imagine something like positive impacts of offshore wind energy. I always like to hear that. Perhaps you could elaborate a bit more on that.
Sure. If we take the Baltic, for example, if we have the worst possible summers, we have more than 40,000 square kilometers of a sea bed which is completely dead. So anything you could put in there and invest in actually restoring nature would be a good thing. I know most of this comes from oxygen deprivation, which is a problem that arises on land, but we also have huge areas where all the original stone reefs have been removed or fished up or used for construction. We have areas where the sea bottom is being trawled and so on. So certainly it will be possible if the developers and those who put out the auctions are willing to do it, to restore the areas around the turbines so they will have higher nature quality than we start. And that will be good for a lot of things. It will make the seas more resilient. We will have more fish in the sea, for example. But it's not protected original nature. So the two still have to go hand in hand. But there is an opportunity here besides the more obvious one of solving the climate challenge.
That totally matches my experience. I've been in offshore wind for 14 years, and I've also run an offshore wind farm myself. My technicians always knew where the cod was and where the mackerels. So, cod loves monopiles, by the way, as long as there's rock dumpling on the ground. But Rüdiger, I think this is also something that you can perhaps comment upon, on the cumulative effects now of all that offshore wind installation on our natural reserves.
Yes, well,
I think.
Sorry. Can you hear me? Yes.
Yeah.
It's a commonplace, of course, that water knows no boundaries. So if you want to protect a water body, you have to work across boundaries. And again, as I said earlier, the Baltic Sea is a fairly small water body, and it has a lot of coastal states. So we need to work across boundaries. The 30 by 30 target was mentioned earlier, which has not been achieved in the Baltic Sea. You're absolutely correct. But HELCOM has actually set that target for in the context of its Baltic Sea action plan, so the contracting parties have committed to achieving that. If we want to do that in as crowded and busy a sea as the Baltic Sea, we basically need three things. We need a vision. There is a vision. We need a commitment. There is a commitment because it's been laid down in the various documents. It's part of the Baltic Sea action plan. It's also part of the MSP roadmap, which in fact has an objective to contribute to achieving good environmental status in the Baltic Sea. And we need the institutional framework to achieve this. And again, in that regard, in the Baltic Sea, we're quite lucky because we have the institutional framework. I was basically outlining it earlier, and of course, without going into detail. So all of this is there, and the contracting parties to HELCOM have actually established that they wish to achieve the 30 by 30 target. They want to do so in an ecologically coherent manner, and it has to be connective. So this will require transboundary cooperation, and this, again, I'm coming back to MSP, will require intense efforts in terms of MSP. A lot has been achieved. The one thing we should not do is be self-congratulatory, because there's no reason for that. But we have the mechanisms in place, we have the commitment. What the contracting parties and the countries around the Baltic Sea now need to do is to fulfill those commitments. And that's a tall order, no doubt about it. But it can be achieved if sufficient effort is put into it, and that's where we need to go. And if we achieve that, we'll be in a good place.
Do you think there's already enough exchange, knowledge exchange, data exchange, information exchange between sort of the offshore silo and the nature protection silo? Between institutions?
Well, silo thinking is always an issue. And we recently had a HELCOM, so we have annual stakeholder conferences in which we try to bring various stakeholders around the Baltic Sea together. And silo thinking was one of the points that was most often raised, actually. So I think we definitely have that. Again, though, we are relatively fortunate in the Baltic Sea region because we look back on a long history of cooperation. We do have a considerable amount of data exchange. We exchange information, experience, and data within the various pertinent organizations, but also among the organizations. So all of this is good, but it could be better, and it should be better, and that would facilitate work.
What did you need? What would you need for that? To improve that?
Well, I think, again, I think the institutional frameworks are in place. I think it's a matter of focusing on actually exchanging this information, and of course, again, I was mentioning conflicting objectives. Handling all these issues, be it maritime spatial planning, be it nature conservation, be it tackling climate change, There are a lot of sub-objectives there, and we have limited resources, both in terms of financial resources and human resources, of course. So it would not definitely be damaging if that were stepped up. And this is, of course, then an appeal to our contracting parties as well. So I think that may be what I can say in that regard.
Roderick, you have been very patient indeed. Thank you very much for that. We've now talked a lot about cross-border cooperation and the limited space that we have. Now, limited space is also an issue that leads us directly to co-use, multi-use, so cross-sectoral cooperation, actually. And now you joined us from the Netherlands because you're working on the Uniter project, and I would like to invite you to elaborate a bit on that and your lessons learned and information that you gathered there.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm still here, so but thanks for inviting me also. I have to say that yeah, the Baltic Sea is non-native ground for me. Being from the Netherlands, I have a focus more on the North Sea area. And it is correct indeed that I'm currently within the research and development domain, running a project that is focusing on basically developing multi-use concepts. So how can we make use of the marine space as efficient as we can? I think, I'm not sure about it, but I think the North Sea is one of the busiest seas already on the globe, with so many existing functions already there. Looking at some roadmaps for 2030 or even further ahead, I see that many more functions should also end up there. So sometimes that scares me a little bit. But also in line with some of the remarks that have been made by my colleagues here on stage, I think it's crucial to, and in this case it's the European Union who is supporting and funding that, to seek for collaborations with the industry, with public partners, with private partners, with the industry, to make sure that we tackle all those issues that we may face in the realization of multifunctional use of the marine space. Offshore wind energy is obviously far ahead in the development. There are many more functions who are also interested in moving offshore. One of the key lessons I think that we are learning in United has been running for 3 years. We are now in the final year. Is that the concept of multi-use should be considered as early as possible in the development of any type of offshore infrastructure, because what we are seeing at the moment in a number of offshore pilots that we are facilitating in European waters is that existing offshore functions are reluctant to accommodate alternative functions simply because they have not been designed from the start to accommodate other functions. So basically, if you want to create multi-use concepts, then do it from the earliest start possible. That's, I think, going to be one of the major outcomes of the project.
Yeah, that is certainly the case. Mattia. Yeah.
May I add, like if I can, building on what you said, maybe one of the most negative outcomes that we have observed by the Maritime Special Plan is that multi-use is still not spelled in most of the plans, with the exception, Germany, Belgium, and the best example that we have, which is actually the Netherlands. So, and the Netherlands is actually, I was keen to mention the concept that they are developing of the Mari Park. So we already know that the Netherlands are probably the most centralized system for developing offshore wind, where RVO really takes a lot of responsibility, including the permit granting. And they are trying to apply this centralized way of thinking also to the multi-use. So the Mari Park is, they started actually creating the area passport. So it was actually the government screening which multiple uses options will work best in which wind farm. So that's already kind of a step in de-risking the multiple use options. But what they're trying to do now is the extra step is basically find a way, a standardized way of granting the 2 permits in parallel for the offshore wind farm and for the other activities, rather passive fishing, nature protection or restoration, or anything else that can happen. And this is a very, very interesting concept that actually I saw you also mention before, the EMSP and BSR project, and I know that actually RVO is trying to export this way of thinking to the overall community of regulators which are part of that program indeed, and that's what we also would like to see from the offshore wind industry perspective. The new way of thinking wind farms is really in coexistence with other uses.
Well, I can say that at least from the German perspective, the Offshore Wind Stiftung, where I work for, we have developed concepts for the national offshore test site in the Baltic Sea, 10 kilometers away from the city of Rostock. And we're not yet at the stage where we have facilitated demonstrators, but we have been developing concepts around combination of offshore wind and energy storage, of offshore wind and floating PV, offshore wind and wave, and also offshore wind and coexistence, for example, with fisheries, integrating the fishermen sector as well. Now, we know that we are still some steps away from actually integrating multi-use in the permitting process. So I think we still have a good way to go, but the Netherlands are always a good example to look for. So do you have any more examples from what you, perhaps you can elaborate a bit on your demonstrators that you facilitated?
Yeah, well, I'm humbled to hear that Netherlands is an example in this. I think there's still a lot to learn as well, but I should emphasize here that it's a European project. So we're working together here with 25 plus European research partners across all sectors. So, I mean, I learn also a lot from that. Let me make that remark. So the project is hosting indeed 5 pilots, small-scale pilots across European waters. A couple in the North Sea, unfortunately not in the Baltic Sea, but who knows what the future may bring. One in the Mediterranean also, and all these 5 pilots, they basically combine different marine functions, ranging from wind and mussel farming or seaweed farming to a combination of fish farming and diving, for instance, or wind farms and floating solar panels. That is very interesting to see, and we're looking at that from different aspects, not only the technological aspects, which technological boundaries are there to overcome. That's my own background. I have an engineering background, so that's also my focus. But also the legal issues that are there, economic issues, environmental issues, of course, environmental impact. Because even though it may seem obvious to look into opportunities to make use of the marine space as efficient as we can, everything that we stack, all the functions that we stack, will also have an environmental impact. So let's not forget that also should be considered very well and is sometimes forgotten.
I think it's always a very valid approach to ask yourself, what else do I want to achieve except from offshore wind electricity generation? Bo, perhaps one question for you. How should a wind farm developer's concept look like for you to open your heart to say, well, this is actually really a turning point for integration of offshore, of climate and nature protection?
Yeah, so I strongly believe in what we call a landscape, or in this case a seascape. So you have to look at some kind of ecological but also socio-economic landscape, which partly includes, you could say, industrialized areas, and partly includes nature. So in the sense that you say, okay, in this particular landscape, it could be a sandy bottom area or whatever. We know we are going to have a wind farm positioned somewhere, and then when we do the auction or plan the process, either way each country wants to do it, say who can benefit the most, or who can raise, you could say, the nature value of this complete landscape and who can get the most out of the space there. I believe truly in the, you could say, in the forces of the marketplace and the ingenuity of people. So if we set the right framework, I'm also confident that we will see a lot of great solutions. But we need to restore nature in the same habitat type next to these areas where we have some kind of industrialized methodology, and we need to reward those who can come up with ingenious solutions to that. Both, you could say, how can we better use the area where the turbines are actually positioned, and how can we restore areas? And we do that also in WWF, try to work with some of the developers, say, can we, for example, restore biogenic reefs somewhere else in the same landscape? Can we restore stone reefs and so on to increase the total value or make the projects, you could say, nature positive?
So you are available if a developer calls you and say, can we develop offshore wind farms together?
So I believe that we are in such a short time rush that we need to help each other. So we, of course, would also like to have some influence on where they are positioned and so on. But that's why we need the marine spatial planning, because then we can get next to that and get to the next level. And certainly we would like to be part of that process.
Rüdiger, I'm sure that HELCOM will be available to support with the data provisions.
Yes, and of course it's not just HELCOM. As I said, there's WASAB, which is very important, and our individual contracting parties, which have a lot of the data as well. I think in discussing this issue, there's something we have to bear in mind. Ultimately, we are aiming for the same objective because, of course, wind energy, renewable energy, has a very strong environmental component to it, and it's needed to actually, as I said, tackle one of the global crises that we're facing. At the same time, if we're talking about nature conservation, this is another facet of environmental protection. We're trying to do the same thing or cover different aspects of the same issue and work towards the same objective. That's something we shouldn't lose sight of. So we should cooperate and seek to cooperate, and this is where we have to overcome silo thinking. And of course, maybe to add to what Bo said, one of the dilemmas we're faced with is that the places that are best suited for offshore wind installations are often ecologically very valuable because they're shallow areas which are often important spawning grounds. They could be biodiversity hotspots. They may also be areas that affect bird migration, bat migration. All of this needs to be taken into account. So we do have to bear that in mind, but ultimately our objective is the same objective, and we're just looking at different facets of it, and that's something we shouldn't lose sight of.
Thank you very much. Yeah, bat migration is actually a huge issue for the Baltic Sea. Now we've talked a lot about the aspects between climate and nature protection. We talked about supply chain and ports, a little bit about grid aspects and co-use. What we haven't yet talked about is the other pink elephant in the room, which is offshore wind and security. And we all know, we are all very well aware of recent news coverage on Russian intentions mapping our offshore cables, our telecom cables. And we know that we have cluster risks, probably less than in conventional power space, but nevertheless, it's the cable corridors, perhaps not even the single cable, but the cable corridors and the converter stations. And now, Mattia, to keep it short, I would like you to share some outstanding examples of cooperation and perhaps also data sharing and information sharing between the offshore wind industry and the military sector, because I think we all know that this is the way where we need to go to.
Yeah. So I'll try to be very brief, but there's a lot to say here. So when we talk about defense and security at sea, I guess three main elements emerge. The first is actually a technical challenge, which is radar interference, which is very common onshore, that has already been addressed there, but of course that can also become an issue offshore. So basically the turbines interferes with military met or even other kind of radars. The best example that we have here might be in the UK, where there are really intergovernmental working groups with the industry, the OWIC, the Offshore Wind Industry Council, also launching competition challenges to upscale certain low TRL level solutions. So we really have good examples there. And also they are testing like sharing assets, so basically placing secondary radars in offshore wind substation. And this kind of brings us to the second point, which is sharing space. And here maybe one of the best examples is Belgium. They do joint training and operations, search and rescue exercises within wind farms between the Coast Guard, the Ministries of Defense, the police, and the wind industry. And maybe most importantly, in the context of maritime spatial planning, they share data. So the wind farm developers, they do have their own surveillance systems, cameras, sensors, depending, of course, on the context. And there is this case of Über Enterprises, is a small Belgian company that basically provided a centralized software for managing all data at sea. And of course, the various stakeholders has different access to this data. The Navy has access to all the data, and they can actually use it to better protect the sea and the critical infrastructure, which is basically the third point. So actually considering wind farms and cables as critical infrastructure it's quite intensive from the defense perspective. It's a really extensive exercise, the requirement that is on top of their current surveillance and patrolling. And maybe on this last context, you might have heard of NATO actually just launching the task force, which is a joint EU-NATO task force for the undersea infrastructure coordination. And also you might have heard the Ostend summit, which actually after spotting some Russian submarine, it took a swift turn into promoting energy security. And maybe one last point, also the European Defence Agency actually is already working on that. Ditte, the General Director of DG Energy, this morning already mentioned the Symbiosis project, so a quite big project. The kickoff will be on the 28th of June in Brussels, looking at the coexistence of offshore wind and defense activities.
So, very interesting application case for co- and multi-use again. Timo, from your perspective in Estonia, you have always been much more aware about security issues than we used to be, especially here in Germany. What is your perspective on that?
Well, yeah, indeed, you to a certain extent already answered that we in our region and in Estonia are always considered security element as an element of energy policy, and we have tried to act accordingly. So some of you might know the big Baltic synchronization project, which is exactly driven by the same mindset that we would like to really minimize the risks coming from east or from unfriendly neighbors who are interested to use those vulnerabilities. And on the other hand, you have to learn living with those risks. So because I think this is exactly what maybe our unfriendly adversary, wants, that just to highlight all the risks which are related to green transition happening in Europe. So clearly we have to address those issues. We are doing it. So the cooperation between the defense and industry is important. But on the other hand, I think we shouldn't be scared of. So really we have to be aware of the risks. We have to implement the mitigation measures. This is what we are doing, but we should definitely go ahead. So because exactly highlighting all those risks, saying are you sure? We know where your cables are, we know all your vulnerabilities, better stick as it is, don't make quick changes. I think this is their strategy. We have to see it through, we have to be aware of it and be confident that we are on the right track. So this is at least how we see it in Estonia. So try to map the risks, try to figure out the ways, all those what-if questions, how we are going to mitigate them, but then still go ahead and not be afraid and to do the right things, which are certainly needed for green transition.
So I take away, identify your risks, do your homework, mitigate them, and go ahead. I said, identify your risks, do your homework, mitigate them, and go ahead.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Now, thank you very much. I think that's a very good final remark. I would like all of you, because we were talking about acceleration, synergies, and how we can get that done, to share with us your 3 recommendations for low-hanging fruits, what can be done in the short term to accelerate the whole process, and what is your vision for in 5 years' time, when we sit here together in 5 years, what are we talking about then? Very brief. Who wants to go ahead?
I can start. First of all, I would really recommend that all of the developers, all of you who are in this industry, you go out and communicate to the politicians. We believe that we should live up to both the nature targets and the renewable targets, because then the politicians will take the right decisions and we can get this over with rather swiftly. If they're left with the impression that there is no pressure or there are alternative solutions to this, these processes will just take a long time. The marine spatial planning will take a long time. So let's recognize that we need to solve both of these problems and go out and be outspoken about it. I know a lot of your companies agree with this, but don't feel it's your role to communicate. So I urge you, communicate it. It will just make things swifter. So that's one thing. The other thing is when it comes to actually constructing the farms and making the plans and so on, invite us in the NGO sector. We are on the same side here. Let's get the best of it. Let's work together. It will also make it easier for everyone. And then to speed up the processes, we do have some areas which we know are of very little conservation value. Yes, they may not be the closest to shore. It could be done cheaper somewhere else, but we do have areas where we know if you put up wind capacity here, it will be not so tough on nature as if you did it in many other places. But it will cost a little more. So if we want to speed these processes up, let's perhaps start, at least for a start, a little from the other side until we have the marine spatial planning in place. I believe that can be done, even without jeopardizing that we need to do the proper analysis on the impact of nature and so on.
Thank you. Rüdiger, do you want to go ahead?
It's pretty hard to add to that, actually. I would agree with what was said, but let me maybe come back, and I hope I'm not being boring, to this triple planetary crisis we're facing. It is a triple planetary crisis, and we have to resolve all the various facets of this. We can't afford to fail on any one of them. So I think that's something we have to be mindful of. We should also be mindful of the fact that basically we are on the same side. We're just addressing different aspects of this crisis. And if we are mindful of that, and if we use, and again, I think in the Baltic Sea region, we're quite blessed because we have an institutional framework. We also have a very vibrant science and research sector. We have everything we need in place to address this. And if we're mindful of that, if we're determined, if we have a vision and follow that vision, I think we can make a lot of progress in 5 years. It'll take longer than 5 years to get where we want to get, but 5 years will already take us quite a ways. And I think that's what we have to aim for. Thank you.
Mathieu?
Yeah, I also have to repeat myself for the first point. So build up on the maritime special plans, translate into binding targets and give tender timelines. This is one. The second, I would also like to repeat multiple use and collaboration. And third is a bit not directly related to maritime special plan, but if we want the industry to expand, we really need to stop even talking about negative bidding. In normal and good market conditions, that should not even be a thought, and the supply chain must upscale. And we're also here talking about the extra values that projects can have, both biodiversity, system integration, and it really doesn't make sense to talk about negative bidding in this context.
Thank you. Timo?
Oh, so it's really hard to add anything here. All those smart things have been already said. So, yeah, I think the permitting is something where we still need and see a potential where we can be smoother and leaner. Then I think the market, regulation and market design is clearly something where there is always something you can fix and make it better, and also educate both consumers and producers. So it is not always necessary to have some CFDs available, so corporate PPAs can potentially deliver you the same thing if the consumers are educated enough to ask them, and developers are willing to provide them. And then I think for a public sector, I think we are still somewhat living in these silos, so that the nature protection, biodiversity is one silo, and energy geeks like us with our climate targets are in the other silo, and very seldom we meet, and then very seldom we find a common language. So this is the reason why in Estonia the new government decided to put those two bunches of people together under one climate ministry. So I'm now for 1 month already sharing the organization with the people I have to figure out exactly the same issues. So maybe if you invite me a year after, then I can give you first results whether this is helping or not. Thanks.
Final remarks for you.
Well, I also going to repeat myself a little bit. So my first recommendation would be to start considering multi-use or co-use, or at least optimization of the use of the marine space as early as possible in the development of any type of offshore infrastructure, like I said already earlier in the panel discussion. Second would be, most seas are shared by a number of different countries. That applies to the Baltic Sea, that applies to the North Sea, the Mediterranean, and so on. But most of the impacts that we are generating with the implementation of offshore infrastructure, being it positive or negative, are not restricted by territorial boundaries. So I think that's a very good reason to keep collaborating with each other, all the sectors involved in the marine space, like we're doing at the moment, but please let's keep doing that. The third recommendation would be to enjoy the drinks and the dinner later on today. And thanks to you as well.
Thank you very much. Now, I would absolutely agree with that, but I open now the range for Q&A. Are there any questions? Any courageous people in the audience?
People are aware what they are risking with. So,
yeah, probably. That might be the case. If there aren't any questions, then I would just keep it with Roderick. Let's close this here at this point, and thank you very much for that favorable contribution to my panel.
And of course, course, a big thank you to you, Karina, for the wonderful hosting of this conversation. Yes, dear guests, and that brings us to the last agenda item that we have today. And I would just like to very quickly again hand over the stage, this time to Anna Luhrmann, the Minister of State for Europe and Climate here at the Federal Foreign Office of Germany. Please give her a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I'm painfully aware that I'm the last agenda item between you and drinks, so I'll be brief, I promise. But as State Minister for Europe and Climate, I really, on this special day, Europe Day, I just have to say a few words to you, because I'm particularly proud that we're hosting this forum here today on Europe Day, because it really signifies how we can collaborate in Europe better in the future to make Europe a greener continent, the first carbon neutral continent in the world. And I think with all the good practices that you exchanged here today, the new ways of collaboration, you really set an example for what we aspire to achieve in Europe these days. And it's very clear that that there are many factors and positions that have to be aligned in order to advance offshore wind in Europe. Here in the Foreign Office, it's our job to bring different parties together, to have them sit at one table or at least in one room and discuss options that work for all sides. I'm very happy that we could establish this today together with the Danish Foreign Office. Because during the Zeitenwende, our common task is actually to connect these dots between energy, decarbonization, and security policy. And the dramatic geopolitical shift that we have seen has clearly demonstrated energy transition policy is security policy. And these hybrid warfare campaigns that we're seeing could also target offshore and maritime energy infrastructure. So countries in the Baltic Sea region will have to significantly increase also their offshore and maritime energy protection efforts. This event, I hear, has been a very great opportunity to discuss these potentials and the challenges also of offshore wind productions in the Baltic Sea. The panels that we've seen throughout this day were filled with high-ranking speakers, both from government and from the business sector. And it's very clear that sort of all Baltic Sea states that are quite different in various aspects, we have at least one thing in common. We all regard offshore wind as a key to shift to net zero, as a key to enhance our energy security as well, by providing a reliable and stable source of energy that is not subject to fluctuations in prices, for instance, or in the markets, or subject to despotism of countries like Russia. Offshore wind can also form the backbone of an emerging green hydrogen economy in the Baltics, and this is something that we really need. And I'm confident that in this collaborative effort between governments, but also the businesses involved, we can really find solutions that realize the full potential of the Baltic Sea in this regards. So please, towards the end, allow me to thank our Danish friends who have been a wonderful partner in organizing this event. It is also our Danish friends who, together with the BWO, the Federal Association of the Wind Farm Operators Offshore, are hosting today's evening reception. Let me also thank the team at dena, the German Energy Agency that has been the driving force behind this forum's organization. And without the help of many wonderful colleagues at dena, today's forum wouldn't have been possible. In closing, I would really like to thank all participants for your contributions in the discussions. This forum is supposed to provide an impetus towards implementation and also towards concrete projects. I believe that the insights shared today will guide the way forward. For this, we also need some more networking now at the reception, for instance. So let us continue to work together towards a cleaner and more sustainable and more secure also energy future With that, thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much for these closing words. And yes, that does bring us to the end of the stage program. But as Anna Luhmann just pointed out, it's just a step towards the double reception that we have planned for you now. So we would now like to invite you to continue the networking, continue the conversations, and sort of warm up for the evening event here with us. We have a reception for you in the foyer where the lunch was served, and the Europasaal is, so you're familiar with that area already. And at 6:30 p.m., we have shuttle buses leaving, because we'd also like to invite you to the evening reception, which is jointly being organized by the Danish Embassy and the BWO. So as I said, you can warm up here, and then you can take a shuttle bus, continue the networking on the bus, of course. It will take you to the Sprechspeicher and Stralauer Allee, and there you can continue the networking at the second reception. So I hope you have a wonderful evening. I really hope you've enjoyed today's event. I wish you all the best on the path of implementation of these great ideas and visions towards the energy transition shared today. Thank you so much.